Pastor Keybone.
All right, take your blue tickets out, your blue tickets. All right, now I got your attention. There was no raffle, just needed your attention. That was dirty, wasn't it? Well, hey, I want to share something with you before we pray, before we start. My great-grandpa, Taylor Noyabad, when I was a boy, he allowed me to be around some of the legends of our nation. Guys like Lee Motai, Doc Peawardy. I learned a lot as a little boy from just sitting in the room while those men had discussions about the business of our nation. I understood at an early age that what we do here today is important. It's important. My grandma, my great-grandma, Taylor's wife, Jessie Cable Noyabad, she was the doctor of our house. And anytime we had a sore throat, she would break out something called Vicks Vapor Rub. I know that tradition is alive today because I smelled it on y'all when y'all came in today. I know there's some people already doctored up this afternoon. And I remember she used to poke our throat. How many of you know what a good throat poking? See, we're all survivors. We're survivors. And when I got a little bit older, you know, when you're a kid, you can't really fight back, but you get a little bit older, I tried to reason with my grandma, Jessie, and I'd get the box, and I'd say, Grandma, look at that right here. It says, external use only. I said, that's on the outside, Grandma. And she looked at me right in the face, and she said, boy, that's for white people. I said, I want to be white. But the amazing thing was, and the reason why I share both of those things with you, sitting down and getting to be in the same room as these men who cared so much about our nation and being doctored up by my great-grandma, is that there's a lot of things that people say about the Comanche people. But there are three things that are always true about us. One is that we're fierce. We have a fierce fighting spirit. That's why we're called the Lords of the Plains, the most revered tribe in all of the United States. We're very strategic. We were able to survive and endure so much because of how strategic we were in times of crisis, in times of war. And maybe the most beautiful thing is our resiliency, where over the centuries, surrounded by enemies, always finding a way not just to survive, but to win. But to win. And so that part is not surviving, it's thriving. And that's what my heart and prayer is. The Lord brought me home here just a few years ago. And it's good to be back, and it's good to be a part. And part of my priority system with myself and my family was to come and be a part of what we do here as a nation. And so I'm excited about that. And before I pray, there's a couple of things I want to share with you that I think are really important. Number one, how we treat each other today. How we treat each other today. My children are attending their first general council meeting today. And what I want my children to take out of this meeting is that we are a dignified, respectful people that do business the right way. I don't want what happens here today to be something they laugh or scoff about. I want it to be something that they look forward to being a part of. If you're with me, say, I am. Amen. And the other thing is this. I know there's a lot going on today. I know we have a lot to do. All of us are busy people. But it's important that we stay through until the end. And nobody asked me to say that. I'm telling you that as a man who knows that the resolutions before us, the discussions that we need to have, the business that's on the table today need a strong voice. And that voice cannot happen if we leave. If we go under quorum today, no business can be done. It's important for us to stay here and be here. I know there's a rattlesnake festival going on. I know some of you got tickets to burn, bracelets to buy, fry bread to eat. I know. But this is important today. And so stay until we're done with business, because I think about our Comanche charter school. Did you hear those kids sing earlier today? There's a resolution today and a few others that need our attention, and it doesn't get done if we're not here. So get comfortable. You're all full, or you should be. And so plan to be here to the end, all right? If you're with me, say, I am. Now, finally, what I'm supposed to do, and that's pray. In 2 Chronicles chapter 20, there's a man, a king named Jehoshaphat, and his people are surrounded by enemies, and it doesn't look good. But what he realizes in understanding the times, understanding the situation, that there's only one that can help them, and that's God. And so in a part of his prayer, he prays this, and I'm about to pray this for us. He says, Lord, we're surrounded by our enemies, and we don't know what to do, but our eyes are on you. But our eyes are on you. Why? Because God knows what to do. Let's pray. Father God, we come to you today, and Lord, it blesses my soul to see so many of our people gathered here today. What a tremendous attendance. God, this is a full house. And God, it shows an excitement. It shows a concern. It shows that we want to gather like this and see good things done. Lord, you've always taken good care of us. And Lord, I pray that today you would guide us, you would lead us, that God, your spirit would cause a spirit of peace to be here, that God, we could have good, hard conversations that still accomplish great work. And Lord, I pray that you'll be with many of our elders who can't be here with us, those who are sick who can't be here. Lord, I think right now, Lord, lifting up George Red Elk to you, knowing that, God, he's been placed in hospice today. And God, we all know what that means. And so, God, I pray that your hand of peace would be on him and his family. And God, thank you for him. Thank you for his leadership. Thank you for the way that he's been such a beauty to our tribe. And Lord, I pray that you would be with him right now and their family. God, I love you. And we don't have all the answers, but God, you do. And so our eyes are on you today. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Would you stand with me and remain standing as our CIVA presents our colors?
Please remain standing. I just want to share a little information and a little history with y'all before we start into our flag song. We had 1,295 Comanches served in our armed forces. We have only 2 living World War II veterans that are still amongst us. We have 4 Korean War veterans amongst us. We have 1 Korean War veteran right here, Jimmy Ray Cato. Another one, I believe he's in attendance, Billy Joe Wormy. Like I said, there are just a few. Our nation just recently marked the 48 years of ending the Vietnam War. We have over 64, estimated about 64 Comanches served during the Vietnam War. It was an unpopular war. These veterans, our Vietnam veterans, did not get the respect or the honors when they came home. They were spit upon, cussed, name it. They didn't receive anything. They were disrespected by our own nation. But now, our society, we want to thank, our Vietnam War veterans. We just marked the 20-year anniversary of Iraqi freedom after the 9/11 attacks there on the World Trade Center 20 years ago. And that's a long time. We're going to celebrate our Armed Forces Day. We want to keep our active duty warriors in your prayers. Because right now we're in a time of uncertainty. You see it in the news. China and Taiwan. Like I said, keep the family members in your prayers. Also, Memorial Day is around the corner. Keep the family members who have lost the loved ones, who have paid the ultimate sacrifice so we can enjoy our freedoms that we do enjoy. We Comanches must never, ever forget about the contributions and sacrifices our Comanche veterans have made. We're enjoying the freedoms right now because of them, of our Comanche veterans. So at this time, flag song. Present. Huh.
Come on,
Order. Halt! I'd like to end with this note. Just remember, there are only two divine forces that are offered to die for you. One is Jesus Christ for your soul. The other is the American soldier for your freedoms. Drum. Detail. At this time, I'd like to invite all of our veterans to dance out with the colors. We're dedicating this song to our brother, George Redout. Redout song. All veterans.
Thank you, CIVA. Moving on the agenda. Agenda 4, nominations for officers. Our first up is Secretary Treasurer.
I would like to amend the agenda to move the tribal council resolutions forward and push everything else back. Can I get a second?
We got a motion on the floor.
To amend the agenda to put the tribal council resolutions first and push everything back.
I second. Second.
Okay, we got a second.
The Constitution states that on your agenda, it states the agenda for this meeting. And that is Article 5, Tribal Council Powers Clause, Section 2. There will be an annual meeting of the Tribal Council on the third Saturday in April of each year at 1:30 at the Comanche Tribal Complex, Lawton, Oklahoma, or such other place as the Business Committee shall determine for the following. A, program reports, take nominations, presentation of annual budget.
Okay, we're going to follow the Constitution, and that's what the Constitution says. So at this time, we're taking nominations for Secretary Treasurer.
A motion was made, Mr. Chairman. A motion was made and second, so we need to take a vote on it. This is the people's meeting. This is the
Okay,
people's
we
meeting.
got a motion on the floor and we got a second. Stand by. Point of order?
They need to. It has been done, that precedence has been set, and it can be moved to change the agenda by the general counsel. We have a question. It has a second. I call for the question.
Okay, we got discussion?
So just to clarify from the Constitution, right now, and this is an issue that will need to be addressed at some point with the way that we do business. Right now, we do not have any order that we use business in. We don't use Robert Rules of Order. There's not a stated platform. The only stated platform in the Constitution is what's laid out in the Constitution to do business. And so with that note, I would say that it probably would be a friendly amendment or a friendly order of business to put the resolutions first just for the sake of time and everybody's time. To do that, I don't think that's a bad thing, but as far as doing a motion from the floor to change that, that doesn't really exist in our Constitution the way that I see it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
That's completely up to your call.
Need to
All right.
call for the vote. Call for the vote.
I am. Let's call for the vote. Everyone in favor of amending the agenda and putting the resolutions up front? We got our counters. Raise your hand. Keep them raised. Our counters will be out to count. Keep them high, please. Our election board counters are in the blue shirts. They're in the blue shirts. Yes. Okay, please keep your hand raised where your bracelets is showing, please. I'm not down.
Did they look at us over here? I don't know, I guess. Yeah, as long as they get it done. If you're through
Okay,
counting,
all right, are we done counting, counters?
let the people know if you're finished.
Yes.
It's something that we can, it shouldn't be on there. We already have the authority to do it. Can I have this? They did? Can I have this? We already have the authority to do that. We do have it. We have the authority to do it. We don't, it doesn't need to be on there.
My name is Sandra Chestnut. I'm chairman of the interim election board. The count was 182 for, 232 no, so the motion failed.
Okay. You heard it, the
wasn't a
motion
no
failed. We were going to go on with our agenda. First on our agenda is nominations for secretary treasurer.
My name is Ron Burgess. I'd like to nominate Robert Tippecanoe.
Okay, Robert Tippecanoe.
My name is Christopher Sovo. I would like to nominate Michael Keybone.
Michael Keybone.
My name's Billy Comanche. I'd like to nominate John David Waney.
John David Waney.
But, excuse me. Excuse me. I make a motion, nomination cease. My name is Carlita Couch Poco, and I'm nominated Jordan Pibershee McKee for Secretary Treasurer.
Jordan, who? Please say that again, ma'am.
Pibershee Mackey. Jordan Pibershee Mackey.
Will you spell that,
Secretary
please?
Treasurer.
Will you spell that for me, please?
Which one? Pibershee?
Yes.
P-E-B-E-A-S-A-H-S-Y.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, John David Waney's already served 2 terms, hasn't he?
Have you served 2 terms? Have you served?
You can't serve 3 terms.
Just one? He served 1 term.
He was previously the TA.
He was previously the tribal administrator.
I don't know about that. I thought he served 2 terms already.
Not with this tribe.
Is what?
Not with this tribe. I've not served.
What other tribe did you
One
serve
term.
with?
1 term.
Okay, 1 term.
Well,
We-
I'd like somebody
I
to check that out. I
was
really believe
the,
he's done too.
Okay,
Seems like he's
I
pulling
was
the Trump here.
You might be confused. I was a tribal administrator, and then I was elected secretary treasurer.
okay, we've got the second.
Rhonda Taraba.
Okay, we got a motion and we got a second for nominations to cease. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that's the majority. Nominations ceased. All right, next nomination, CBC member number 3.
Sorry, I'm kind of short. But hello, my name is Coral Douglas, and I like to nominate Alice Castenvoid for CBC number 3.
Okay, Alice Castavoid.
My name is Kenny Burgess. I nominate Tanisha Burgess.
Tanisha Burgess.
Hello, my name is Philip Douglas, and I would like to make a motion to seize nominations for CBC number 3.
Wait. Stand by.
Cindy Famera.
My name is Philip Douglas, and I would like to make a motion to seize nominations for CBC number 3.
Second.
We can settle this. We have a second. Everyone in favor, raise your hand. Everyone opposed? Okay, we'll continue with nominations.
Cindy Famera, I'd like to nominate Jordan Mackey for CBC 3.
She's already been nominated for Secretary Treasurer.
Oh, I thought they didn't get that.
Yeah, we got
We're
it.
talking about, well,
My name's Randa Cheevers Ataki. I'm here to nominate Michael Burgess.
Michael Burgess.
I nominate Leonard Parker as CBC runner, whatever, contender for number 3, CBC member.
Can you please state your name?
Oh, Patricia Parker.
Leonard Parker.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lanny Asa Permy. Before I make my nomination, I know you've been told this before, but I'm asking all you prayer warriors out there, please say a prayer for my best friend, former CIVA Commander George Riddell, who is not in good health at all. If you go to church tomorrow, ask for a prayer. I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. I would like to nominate a 3-time elected member of the CBC. I would like to nominate the co-founder of the Comanche language program. I would like to nominate the founder of the Comanche Cattle Company. I would like to nominate a retired high school principal and high school basketball coach. I would like to nominate the brother of a Comanche code talker. And I would like to nominate a fellow veteran, Mr. Ronald Red Elk. Thank
Ronald
you.
Red Elk.
I'd
Okay,
like to
we got
make-
a motion on the floor for nominations to cease. Can I get a second?
That's what I was going to do. I would like to make a motion to cease nominations for
Okay,
CBC
we've got a
number 3.
first, we got a second. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, nomination ceased. Next up, CBC member number 4. We'll take nominations at this time.
Hello, my name is Brenda Solis, and I'd like to nominate Jen Hadley for CBC number 4.
Jen Hadley.
Billy Comanche. I would like to nominate Robert Comanche Jr.
Robert Comanche Jr.
My name is Carlita Couch, and I'd like to nominate Jordan Fox for CBC 4.
Jordan Fox.
My name is Terry Toshaqua, and I'd like to nominate Harry Toshaqua.
Harry Toshaqua.
Joshua Mahisu, and I'd like to nominate Edward Ishitai.
Edward Ishitai.
Verna Burgess, I'd like to nominate John Parker.
John Parker.
My name is Kenny Burgess. I'd like to nominate William Owens.
William Owens.
I make the motion that nominations cease.
Okay, we got a motion for nomination cease. Can I get a second? We got a second. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, nominations is now ceased. Next on the agenda, next on the agenda, Tribal Administrator.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Clyde Narcomi. I'd like to nominate our current tribal administrator, Julia Menzies.
Julia Mansky.
Cindy Famero, I want to nominate Rodney Parker.
Rodney Parker.
Name's Don Ramos. I'd like to nominate Lisa Dawsey.
Lisa
Dawsey.
Dawsey.
My name is Christopher Silva. I'd like to make a motion that nominations cease.
We got a motion. Do I get a second? We got a second. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay. Nominations have ceased. Okay, next on the agenda. Nominations for hire tribal attorney. When the tribal attorneys come up, you've got 3 minutes, and please come to this podium right here. State your firm.
Madowik, everyone. My name is Forrest Tadanipa. I think y'all probably know me by now. I've been doing this for 3 years. I'm with the firm Dorsey and Whitney, and I just wanted to take one minute for myself and a couple minutes here for my colleague Ben Kappelman. But for myself, I just want to say, you know, I'm very proud of the work that we've done over the last several years. I kind of see some of the other tribes and their attorneys and other organizations and their attorneys and how they do things. And it seems to me a lot of the time that they just kind of turn away and they run away. Anytime there's a dispute, anytime that there's something worth fighting for, they just give up, surrender, wave the white flag. And we haven't done that. We fought for our tribe, we fought for our people, and I'm proud and happy of that. And I know that I did my very best job to advocate for the best interests of the Tribal Council, for the Comanche Nation, and I'm happy and proud about that. Myself, I'm going to be doing some other things with my life, and I'm moving on. I'm not going to be with Dorsey, which is why I want to give Ben some time to speak. I've kind of, over the last year, showed him what to do, how I view the Constitution, how I view the powers of the CBC, how I view the powers of the Tribal Council, and so I'm going to let him talk and promote himself.
Thank you, Forrest. My name is Ben Kappelman. I'm a partner in the litigation group at Dorsey and Whitney. I have had the privilege of working with Forrest for the last 10 years in our Indian and Gaming Practice Group, representing tribes and tribal-related interests across the United States. Dorsey has a proud 35-year history of a strong, nationally recognized Indian and Gaming Practice Group that stands up for tribal interests. And for the last 3 years, it has been our distinct privilege to stand up for the Comanche Nation's interests, defending its sovereignty, defending its economic development, and defending its people. I've learned a lot from Forrest, and I hope to continue his important work representing the Comanche Nation through Dorsey and Whitney as its tribal attorney for another year. In the last year, we've done important work for the Comanche Nation Entertainment. We've sued to block a new casino opened by the Fort Sill Apache tribe without the Comanche Nation's permission, and we stood strong in federal court in our attempts to shut that casino down. We are defending the nation against a lawsuit filed by Eastern Oklahoma tribes in Washington, D.C., challenging the Comanche Nation's gaming compact. We are defending the Comanche Nation's ability to game in federal court in D.C. right now. We review dozens of contracts a month for Comanche Nation Entertainment, and our primary goal is to protect the nation's sovereignty and economic development. We respond to entities who seek information and money from Comanche Nation Entertainment, and our response to them is always the same: not on our watch. That is work that we will continue. We also have advised the Comanche Nation government over the last year. We advised the CBC on the meaning of the Comanche Nation Constitution and other obligations. Our legal advice is unbiased, regardless of which political interests might flow one way or another. Our advice is based on the Constitution and the law. We advise on real estate, tax, and regulatory issues, and we draw on Dorsey's deep bench of knowledgeable subject matter experts across the country to ensure that the Comanche Nation is getting the best advice. On behalf of Dorsey and Whitney, thank you for the privilege of serving the nation.
Thank you, Ben. Next.
Hello, my name is Calandra McCool. I'm a member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation, and I'm representing Big Fire Law and Policy Group today. Bojo, Dena Nim Nikikwe and Dejnakas. My name is also Heart Rumbles the Earth Woman. And I am here today on behalf of Big Fire to ask for your candidacy as tribal attorney. Big Fire is a 100% Native-owned, majority Native woman-owned law firm based primarily in Omaha that serves tribes, entities, and tribal members across the United States. While our main office is in Omaha and are in Omaha and DC, I actually live here in Norman. I'm a local Okie, and because of how Big Fire is based as a mindset, many of our attorneys who are tribal members live in their communities so that we can continue to help our own communities grow. Big Fire was founded 4 years ago because we as Indian people wanted to create a law firm that put tribes and tribal interests first. We love our communities and we take part in them, and we are well versed in tribal governments and how they work mechanically. We believe that our tribal elected governments, our elders, and our tribal members are the true experts of their own needs and interests. As a result, because of that, we work in a model that comes first from an advisory position. We respect and support the decisions of our tribal clients and offer our advice as partners to help tribes grow. We have seen other law firms attempt to bully and manipulate tribes over the years, but at Big Fire, we support our clients in their inherent knowledge of their own needs, cultural necessities, and other drives. We specialize our services for each tribe by listening to a client's goals and see what their concerns are and addressing them with a personalized team targeted just to serve that tribe. Our nations are holistic and unique, therefore our representation should be as well. We only represent tribal interests. As a result, we will never be on the other side of the docket. You will never see us arguing against a tribal nation in court.
Thank you, Big Fire.
Thank you.
Next up, Crown and Dunleavy.
Hello, everybody. My name is Randall Yates, and I'm here on behalf of the Oklahoma-based law firm of Crow and Dunleavy. I am a Clinton and Haida Indian, originally from Ketchikan, Alaska. I've been practicing in Oklahoma in the field of Indian law for the last 12 years. I'm here on behalf of the chair of our practice group, Mike McBride. Mike McBride was not able to be here today, but he sends his best wishes to all of you. He has represented this tribe before. You know him. He brings 30 years of experience in Indian country, in Oklahoma Indian country, and particularly to the Comanche Nation. The first time that he was hired by the Comanche Nation was a tumultuous time. At that time, the government was locking up millions of dollars that wasn't going to be used for Comanche services. And him and Walter Echohawk fought that, unlocked that money, and that money went to tribal services. That's the kind of fight that we need right now. When I came in here and was treated to a beautiful barbecue lunch, I sat up here and I listened to the children from Comanche Academy. I don't know what y'all are going to do today, but give those kids what they need. And we're going to get the kind of money that's going to allow that to happen. Do you remember when the governor of the state of Oklahoma was trying to pay us less on our compacts than they paid to other tribes? Mike McBride, when he was in this position, he fought that. He got arbitration wins. He got litigation wins. And you know what that did? That freed up funds for the Comanche Nation. This is the exact sort of issues that we're all facing now. The elders know the issues that we're facing now, and they do it right in the Comanche Nation. And we'd be honored to get your vote. I want to thank you right now for your hospitality that you've shown to me, for praying with me, for feeding me, and in a spirit of cooperative exchange, I'd like to share a Haida prayer with you, if I could. Hawa Salana, Gaye, Gishgulan, Takde, Haida Gua. And that translates roughly into, thank you, Lord, hear the voice of your people. And it's not just the words, it's the true intentions and what's in here. And I can tell you that Mike McBride has a passion for Indian country. He has a passion for the Comanche Nation. He loves you people, and he loves what you're doing, and our interests are always going to be completely aligned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's open up the floor.
I have a question for the attorneys. All three attorneys, can you come back up? As Secretary Treasurer of the tribe, I worry about your money, our money. And every dime, we've got to watch what we're doing. With inflation like it is, with a serious problem like it is, it's not a question of people representing the tribe. They all get paid to represent you. The question is, how many cases have they won for the tribe? That's the question you should be thinking and asking as tribal members of this nation. Every attorney you've ever known will take your pui away, but do they win? So I want to hear from each one of these firms as the number of cases they have won in the court of law. Start with the last one first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for that opportunity. And I think that I encourage everybody to get on the Crow and Dunleavy website, to look at the Indian law page, to look over the list of our successes. I don't think you will find a law firm in Oklahoma, and remember this, if you're in Oklahoma and you're in Indian law, you're the best Indian law firm in the nation, because in Indian law, Oklahoma is where the action is. So there's two things when you're talking about costs. First is, we're getting wins. And the second thing is that we're avoiding costly litigation that doesn't advance the interests of our tribes. It's about picking your battles and fighting the battles that you pick hard. And I think that we know the wins we've had for Comanche Nation in the past, and we're going to bring that same attitude to bring them in the future. Thank you so much.
Well, when Dorsey and Whitney had the privilege of taking over as tribal attorney in 2020, we cleared a docket of litigation that was pending in tribal court, and our efforts to keep the nation out of litigation have continued. We want to win before we're even in the courthouse. Just last month, we stopped the construction of a cell phone tower on a sacred Comanche battle site by leveraging our regulatory affairs, contacts, and expertise to contact the government agency and stop the permit from being issued. So no litigation was even necessary. I want to make an important point about our fee structure that Mr. Secretary Treasurer, I think is relevant to your question, which is that for the bulk of the tasks that Dorsey does for the Comanche Nation, we are given a flat fee. We are not charging hourly every time we are meeting with CBC members to talk about their issues. All those efforts that we make to keep things out of court, to win litigation before it even begins, that work is often done under a flat fee structure, which means that the nation does not have to sit there while the clock is running on our time. And we will continue that. The details are in our RFP response, and I have copies if anyone's interested. Thank you.
Thank you.
At Big Fire, we see the costs of litigation as just one aspect of the services that we provide. Fundamentally, one of the biggest and most important things that we provide are economic development opportunities, and opportunities for our tribal clients to get more grant money, get more access to federal funds, and to build their own entities. We have some of the best gaming attorneys in the nation on our staff. Judy Shapiro is nationally recognized in the gaming community. One of our founding partners, Lance Morgan, is the founder and creator who, alongside the attorneys of Big Fire Law and Policy Group, created Ho-Chunk Inc., which is one of the largest tribal economic development engines in the nation. It is on track to make a projected $1 billion this year, and we bring that expertise to the table. Not only, as these lovely gentlemen also mentioned, is avoiding litigation essential, also, so is building growth. We at Big Fire believe in addressing avoiding litigation through changes to tribal codes as necessary, through restructuring things that need to save money, and by seeking out money that's out there and available for you. Our fee structure is outlined in our RFP, and I do have it with me at my table, and I would love to talk to you about it more in person if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. We have one more question from our Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? Milton Sovo.
Yes, sir.
For our attorney and the other two that want to speak, I have a question about the sovereignty or jurisdiction and how it come about and what their opinion is on it. There was a memo come out to the administration stating that our jurisdiction for the Comanche Nation was only about 1,900 acres. That's our jurisdiction, our sovereignty. We have established, the General Counsel has established that we have not given up our jurisdiction or our sovereignty over the lands that we roam from Canada into Mexico and Central America. That's our jurisdiction. That's our country. That's the nation. And I'd like to understand how that opinion come, or how that memo come out that that's all we have is 1,900 acres. I know the state of Oklahoma has been wanting us to claimed 1,900 acres since statehood, but it's not true. And I'd like to have an explanation as to why that is. Also, I have a question about trust land and restricted Indian land. And that is, if it's sold, it requires the approval of the General Council, that's the governing body, Department of Interior, and Congress. And I would like to hear an opinion on that, because we have done that in the past, and they're illegal sales. Also, another question I have is the cobalt refinery that is coming to Lawton supposedly. How is that coming to Lawton in the Kiowa, Comanche, and Apache Reservation, in the Comanche Reservation, under our jurisdiction, without the tribes being at the table? And that plant is going to destroy the land, it's going to destroy the water, and it's going to destroy our air. And it's got cancer causing components, and it's in the air. That railroad that's going to serve that is just across the street. And it's across the street from our hospitals. And it's most dangerous for our children. It's most dangerous for our elders. I'd like to have some conversation from these people on that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll have our current lawyer.
When it comes to tribal jurisdiction, civil jurisdiction, it's a complicated issue, and there's been hundreds of years of Supreme Court case law that have reduced our jurisdiction on fee lands, state lands, which is part of the issue. And that's kind of what I was alluding to when I give my speech, is that we know, me and Ben, we've been fighting. We're always fighting. We're fighting for jurisdiction, we're fighting for a reservation, we're fighting. We're standing up to fight. And so he's talking about the Fort Sill Apache try to open a casino on our reservation, and we're fighting them. And it seems like everyone else is trying to say they're too scared to fight. You know, you got the Kiowa, Comanche, Apache Intertribal Land Use Committee that's represented by Crow and Dunleavy right now, and they're always saying, let's not fight, let's not fight. Let's lease our land for $1 for 50 years. Let's give up, let's give up. And so we're the ones that are saying, let's fight, let's fight, let's fight. And it's up to the court system to decide what the jurisdiction is and what the scope of it is. But we're the ones that are making the argument that, you know, this is the Kiowa, Comanche, Apache Reservation, and we have jurisdiction, and this reservation is still here. And that's what we've been arguing from day one, that we've been attorneys.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your question. Let me give you, and I'm gonna start with that. Let's start with the first piece. If there's anything that we have learned over the last couple of years, is that decades can pass and even centuries can pass, and you never stop fighting for your jurisdiction. You've had court rulings that have recognized tribal lands that haven't been recognized in over 100 years. And so, to us, we think that this is a fight worth having, and that if you want to pursue your land and pursue your jurisdiction, that is what we should do. And let me touch on the third point that you made also, and give you my perspective and my first principle when dealing with Indian country. Is I always say, reduce it to this one simple thing, this one simple principle, and that is, make your tribal lands, your reservations, your Indian country, a great place to work and live now and in the future. And I think if we go through that lens and that decision process where we ask ourselves, is this decision that we're making as tribal leaders, is it making our lands a great place to live and work? Well, I think that will take us back. It'll have us be more purpose-driven, and it'll clear our thinking from the clouding that sometimes happens when we're dealing with political issues.
Okay, thank you. Big fire, and we'll have one more question, then we're going to move on to our election board nominations.
As discussed already, tribal jurisdiction could change and has changed in the eyes, at least, of the courts. However, there are always ways to grow. There are ways to grow and to challenge and to change. You can challenge it in the courts. You can challenge it in Congress. You can challenge it on Capitol Hill. Another aspect of that is that we always have the opportunity to fight. And as I haven't talked much about our fighting previously, litigation is very much also a way to go. During the coronavirus crisis in 2020, we sued the Trump administration on behalf of one of our clients in order to allow ourselves to enforce checkpoint regulations on the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe and able to protect that reservation's integrity. And in addition to that, we also have successfully deterred South Dakota in court from being able to have fireworks in the Black Hills, which would potentially cause horrendous wildfires, and protect those tribal rights and preserve those rights and sacred spaces. There are so many ways to protect our reservations, challenging decisions to build plants, challenging regulations that are in place, challenging the fact that one of our Congress people that I think is still with us wrote off the right for tribes in Oklahoma to take over certain EPA responsibilities. We can challenge those things, and we can challenge them together. Miigwech.
Thank you. All right.
Law firms, my name's Cornell P.B. Warding. There's a number of burning watershed issues that are legal that are impacting not only the Comanche Nation, but also the 39 nations here in the state of Oklahoma. One is McGirt, the other one is ICWA, Indian Child Welfare. Then there's another one close to me. It's called Land Grant Universities, or land grab universities. So as you begun to see how you can protect us and our sovereignty, particularly with McGirt, even though it's Eastern Oklahoma, it has impacts here for our nation. And ICWA is at the Supreme Court. Those two, McGirt and ICWA, came at the Supreme Court level of the United States. But it still impacts us, particularly for our ancestry. In our enrollment, it's projected. So those are the issues. And then land grant universities. This is indigenous land. If it's a land grant university, then therefore we should study that and have the opportunity, if you could work to waiver all the tuition for our students so they don't have to pay that because of that negotiation. That's what I'm looking for. That's front and center because I care for the youth. Those children were built a baby college because we want them to ascend to college, universities, technologies. So that's my inquiry. It's burning in my heart. What can you do to save our sovereignty in this anti-Indian nation state we live in?
Okay, you got 1 minute, starting with Big Fire. Dorsey Whitney's next, and then Crown and Dunleavy.
Fundamentally, building programs like that exist. I know that there are other states that have them because Potawatomis can get land grant tuition in different states. Michigan, showing my Okie roots, sorry. Those programs are attainable. Those programs are possible. And those are things that Big Fire could advocate for on behalf of the tribe. I apologize. Also, beyond that, McGirt impacts not only criminal jurisdiction, but also civil. And the contours of how that have played out, much like the contours of how this ICWA battle is going to play out before the Supreme Court, have yet to fully solidify. And we are here to advocate on behalf of getting the Comanche Nation the most advantageous position in those issues in order to protect your sovereignty, your children, your women, your missing and murdered Indigenous people. Miigwech.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Vice Chairman, I share your deep concerns with the pending Brackeen case and what the Supreme Court might do with regard to tribal sovereignty and the Indian Child Welfare Act. I have been proud to continue the pro bono work that the Dorsey firm began under Forrest's supervision, representing a Minnesota tribe for free in asserting its interest in child protection cases in Minnesota State Court. It's not going to fix every case, it's not going to help every tribe, but that's the kind of work that we think is important to defend tribal sovereignty one child at a time. Just last week, we filed a brief in the federal court here challenging the Fort Sill Apache tribe's arguments to that court that the Comanche Nation's consent to the Fort Sill Apache tribe's use of that casino parcel was not required. We argued that the Comanche Nation's sovereignty has never been abrogated, and we will continue to make those arguments on behalf of the nation if you re-elect us as your tribal attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And I think that we all share this thing. And I think that, I am an attorney, I am a tribal member, but I'm also a dad of 3 young children. And so these are the things that are very important to me is how we keep our families together and how we educate them in the future. And there's a number of ways to do that, and it's not all just, in court battles. Some of them is lobbying with our legislature. Regardless of how Brackeen comes out, we can work with our state leaders because there is a state ICWA for Oklahoma tribes to keep those families together. And there's also working with universities themselves because some universities, including the law school at Berkeley where I went to, have started offering Native American students free tuition on their own accord because they have recognized the contributions that they've made and they recognize where their land is. And those are the sort of opportunities we need to explore as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment and I have a question, please.
Absolutely.
Can I have your name, please?
Yes, my name is Tina Cook Mhula,
Can you spell your last name for me? Mhula?
Emhoolah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Comanches, this is an important discussion about what law firm will represent us because they're either going to get us out of trouble, get us into trouble, cost us a few million or a lot of millions. So this is an important moment. And first, I want to say, Forrest, I want to thank you for achievement for yourself as a Comanche in becoming a lawyer, and now you're going to go on in education and become a teacher. Thank you. We're proud of you. Your family's proud of you. You've done well. Yes, and in that, you spent time with this law firm, and we gave them a chance, and now that season is past, you're going to go on. And now we're going to make a decision about 3 groups that are here, including this law firm you're with. So with that, I'm going to say, you keep saying that you argue and you fight, but what you're not saying is, did you win? Now, with that being said, yes, it's very true, some years back when our tribe was in turmoil, nobody would come, including the lawyers we had at the time. They were just billing us. But I want to say this, through that back door walked Crow and Dunleavy. They came and they got it done. And I want to thank y'all for that. Y'all keep coming back every year and vying for this seat. And I want our people to know that when we choose an attorney, there's 3 levels. We have all either experienced it or we know somebody that has experienced. Either you get a lawyer that's kind of like bottom of the barrel, you know you're in trouble. You get a good lawyer, well, they're going to do decent work. Yeah, you might pay a lot, but you get that good attorney, there's no question about it. And that's the choice that we're all going to make. What kind of attorney do we want? This kind, or do we want the one when they walk in the door, they know they're representing the Comanches? That's what we want. And I want to say this to you, committee. I know y'all fuss and don't always agree on things, but I watched a CBC meeting, not this past one, the one before, and in a moment of unity, y'all asked a question of the attorneys, of the attorney that was there, that Thibault from this group. And it was the most ridiculous moment, but it was a very important moment that the people need to know. When y'all asked that question, that attorney stood up and said, and his final answer was, I don't know. And in a moment of unity, just for that brief moment, that attorney was told, you're paid to know. So I want to say to the people, remember that when you vote for an attorney, who should represent, it's your vote, but think good of yourselves. Want the best, get the best. It's our money, pay for the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, stand by. Mike, go ahead.
I have a comment here. It's not necessarily about the attorneys, but it's about the issue that the attorneys brought up and what Mr. Peeberworthy brought up, education. Now, Mr. Peeberworthy brought up that these land-grab universities, they're called land-grant universities, were established by the United States government after they took our lands illegally because the Jerome Agreement in the 1890s was never ratified by Congress. But our people, 9 tribes on the western side, were forced to live by that land grab or allotment acts. And then the Dawes Act came in. But the Jerome Agreement established us first, and they took our lands. Congress never approved it. So all of this land around here, and the city of Lawton sits on it, is trust land. It should be back in our titles. That's a long battle. It's a battle that we may not win, but it is a fight that we can negotiate. I bring it up because of the issue of education. We do not have enough of our own people serving in these law firms like our good friend and relative Forrest and these other young man and young lady who are tribal members. Accolades to them, kudos. That as Native people, you can work for Native organizations representing our Native people. What I would like to see, and it should have been our choice, the people's choice, to vote for the tribal college we did have, that was 2 years away from accreditation. We would have our own academy inside the college, which would have been the long-range plan. We would have been teaching our own children with our own people. So the many of you out here today who are Native teachers, are Indian people working in the public school systems, receiving the least amount of support and care, Title IXs in these rural schools, not supporting our children the way we parents would want them to be supported. If we had our own college with the child care and the Education Academy within that college, we would be assured that our children are being raised with our history, our songs, our dance, and most of all, the language with the respect it gives to our peoples, young and old alike. So my comment about this to you people, to my people here today, we need to have our own educational system, wherever it can be and how we can do it. And that doesn't have to be on the budget. As a tribal government, we need help to issue bonds and to find that network of partnerships that will support this issue. So think about that in the future.
Thank you. All right, last comment, then we're going to go on to nominations for election board. Forrest.
Just to address what Ms. Hamahula raised, we were saying we argue this, we argue that because the court hasn't decided yet. It's with the court will decide. We're obviously optimistic, but one of the reasons I bring it up is because we're the only ones fighting. The Kiowa tribe was part of the fight. They left. They got scared. They didn't want to do it. The Apache tribe, they never was in the fight. The KCA, they were never in the fight. The only one that's willing to fight was us. And I'm proud of that. anyone want to criticize the fact that we stood up, that our reservation is here, that we have jurisdiction on our reservation, go ahead and criticize it, but I'm happy and I'm proud that we were the ones that stood up and said fight. And all these other tribes and organizations, they were too scared, they didn't want to do it. They hired big law firms charging $1,000 an hour from Washington, D.C. just to run away. And on price, demand a good price from these people. It's y'all's money. When I was running for the first time, I was part of a firm that was the U.S. News and World Report #1 ranked Native American law firm in the world. And the CBC at that time said, hey, cut that price down. So I did. And we gave you the best representation possible and the lowest possible price. So don't just, pay anything. Hold them accountable for the price that they're going to charge. Oh, that's your money. As far as my colleague Anthony goes, he's not Daiwo, he's Atavits. He's from Washington State. I think he's from the Puyallup tribes. But anyways, they asked him an unfair question as far as, what's the conflict of interest policy in the Constitution? And there is no conflict of interest policy in the Constitution, so the only answer that he could possibly give, and the only answer that anyone up here would ever give, is I don't know, it's not in there, because the Constitution has some gaps, which is why people have been calling for a constitutional convention. I've been among them. Mike Burgess has been among them. So, if someone's going to sit up here and lie and say, oh, we got all the answers, I can tell you right now that they don't. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you, lawyers. We're going to move on. Moving on to agenda number 6, election board nominees. First up is Cash in Indiahoma. Yes.
Before we start taking the nominations for the candidates for the election board, starting with the Cache area, if you make a nomination, you must make sure that as a nominator, you must be from that area. You can't be from Oklahoma City and nominate somebody from Cache. So I want to make sure that you understand that. Also, we have a lot of elders and people in the audience, and I'm sorry to divert from this just a little bit, but if you can squeeze together, if there's an extra chair by you, offer it to somebody, because we have people that have been standing up for a long, long time. The other thing the election board has asked me to tell everybody is that, when they're hand counting you, be sure and raise your hand that has that armband on it. That's really very important. Your vote's not being counted unless they see that black armband. And that's it. Thank you, Martin.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. That's Sandra Chestnut, our election board president. Okay, if you're nominating someone for Cache in Indiahoma, you have to be from Cache and Indiahoma. Okay.
Can I say just one little thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we start these nominations and stuff. We always have in these elections and nominating people, but please, those of you that are running for these offices, make sure you are educated enough in that particular area that you're being nominated in, and do the job that's going to take care of all of us, not just you and your family. Just remember that we're all your family. All of you that are running for these offices, make sure, look around you, look at all of us. We're as important as you and your children. Because I notice there are a lot of times that happens, we all get left out. We vote y'all in there and y'all don't pay no doggone bit attention to us, whatever. Because you're doing your own thing for your own self. Cut it out. We need y'all to work for the whole tribe. We're all accounted. Thank you, and God love each and every one of you.
Thank you, Rita. First up, Cache in Indiahoma. State your name and who you're nominating.
My name is Donzetta Eichner, and I make a nomination for Cache in Indiahoma, Terry Perryman.
Terry Perryman.
My name is Lynetta Davenport, and I make a nomination for John McClung.
John
Bennett McClung. We got lots of John McClungs on our roll.
John Bennett McClung. Thank you.
My name is Tanisha Burgess, and I'd like to nominate Charlotte Marie Naya.
Charlotte Marie Naya.
My name is Verna Burgess, and I nominate Sandra Chestnut.
Sandra Chestnut. Okay, do we have a motion for nominations to cease? Okay, we've got a motion for nominations to cease. Can I get a second? We got a second? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, nominations are closed for Cache and Indiahoma. Next up is Walters. Do we have any Blue Devils in the room? Walters.
You got one devil nominating another devil. Ronald Red Elk nominates Fred Fodder.
Fred Fighter.
Fodder.
Fodder. I thought you said father. Fodder. Thank you. There's no more nominations. Can I get a motion for nomination to cease? Okay, we got one in the back. Can I get a second? We got a second. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, nominations cease for Walters. Apache. Apache. Oh, they're all at the rattlesnake question. Okay. Yes.
Per the Constitution, you guys were supposed to put in an election ordinance, and you didn't. And previously, there was two individuals from each jurisdiction back in 2016.
The old one was never rescinded.
Well, here's the thing, though. So isn't there supposed to be two candidates from each jurisdiction? And there is only one for Walters and none for Apache? How do we go about that?
We can't make people show up. There was nobody else from Walters stood up.
Okay, do we have anyone from Walters?
Did you not see that?
I'm sorry, do we have anyone from Apache? Anyone from Apache? Okay, Anadarko. Gosh, she's faster than I am.
My name's Marilyn Nestel. I nominate Sharice Redbone.
Therese Redbone.
My name is Kathy Lone Wolf, and I nominate Kay Smits.
Kay Smith?
Smith.
Smith. Any other nominations? If they're not, can I get a motion for nominations to cease? Okay, can I get a second? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, nominations ceased. Next up is Lawton. Lawton.
My name is Christine McCarthy, and I would like to nominate Sandra Toyakoya
Sandra
for Lawton
Toya.
Election Board.
Sandra Toyakoya. Any other nominations for Lawton?
My name is Fiona Kirchie, and I nominate Camille Witzeline.
Say that again.
Camille Witzeline.
Camille Westline.
Wetzeline.
Wetzeline. Thank you. Wetzeline. Okay, can I get a motion for nominations to cease? We got a motion. Can I get a second? We got a second. All in favor, raise your hands. Okay, nominations are ceased. Next up, Oklahoma City.
Francine Monanucket, and I nominate Elena Adovich Callahan.
Elena Adovich Callahan.
Yes, sir. And she has a bachelor's degree from the University of Oklahoma, and she also has a master's degree in their law program.
Thank you.
My name is Nicole Hatfield, and I nominate Cheryl Hatfield.
Cheryl Hatfield.
My name is Mercedes Ruvalcaba, and I nominate the granddaughter of the late Lucille McClung and late Peggy Comalti, Brandy Comalti Heron.
Brandy
I'm-
Kamalti
Heron.
Haran. There are no more nominations. Can I get a motion for nominations to cease? We got a first, we got a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, nominations cease. Okay, before we go into the presentation of the annual budget, we're going to take a quick recess, 5-minute recess at this time. Thank you.
Walters, we have a person that's willing to serve.
Okay,
Haas?
we got a motion on the floor to reopen Walters and Walters only. We got a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? Okay, for Walters, Walters only, please make your selection.
My name's Haas Defade. I nominate Cherry Davidson Martinez. For
Cherry
Walters election.
Davidson.
Cherry Davidson Martinez.
Davison Martinez. Davis. Oh. Thank you, Haas. Okay, at this time, that nomination is closed. Okay, moving on to item on your agenda is item number 7, presentation of annual budget. John David Wani, Secretary Treasurer, the floor is yours.
It's in the package, right?
Yes.
Okay, you can find this budget in your packet. If you'll get out your packet. We're going to do it a little different this year than we've done it in the past. We're going to do section by section. And let's hold our comments to the sections. Last year we jumped left and right, back and forward, and there was confusion on the floor. So we're going to put up on the IT, put it up on the big screen. We're going to go section by section of the budget. That way, if you have any comments you want to make, recommendations you want to make, we have a copy of for you in your packet. Also, we have all of the program directors are here. The tribal administrator is here. The all entities, administrators, CEO of gaming, they're all present. And so when these sections come up, if you have questions, they will be here to answer your questions for you. This will be your opportunity to speak directly to the people who administer your programs, your financially approved of programs, okay? So I think that's the best way to do it. It's our people's meeting. So with that, we're going to get started. So let's go to section number 1, which is the tax commission contribution. Where is our administrator, tax administrator? Where are you? Tax administrator, come on up.
He's coming.
Make sure he has a mic.
Our tax administrator is Harley Pennington. All right, Secretary Treasurer, go ahead.
Okay. First is bereavement assistance, $315,000. CBC salary, $21,000. Chairman's salary, $75,000. Child support services, $150,690. Comanche Indian Veterans Association, $50,000. Comanche Tribal Princess, $3,000. Comanche Junior Princess, $3,000. Comanche Language Program, $563,100. Comanche Fair Director, Anadarko Exposition, $3,000. Elder Council, $127,000. Tombstone Project, $18,000. Church donations, $110,000. Shoshone Reunion, hosted by the Comanche Nation, $65,000. Transportation, $175,000. Optometry prescription, $1,576,856. Diabetes fitness, $464,844. Total tax commission contribution, $3,720,490. Chairman, it's now open for discussion.
Okay, the floor now open for discussion. Is there any discussion? I see no discussion. Let's move on.
Okay, we'll go to the next one. Next item is revenue allocation, 40%, which is the elder payment, $2,280,000. Per capita distribution, $25,320,000. Total revenue, $27,600,000. Open for discussion, Chairman.
Okay, the floor is open for discussion. No discussion. Moving on. Tribal government.
Tribal government, 10%. Administration, $1,200,000. Elections, $360,000. Emergency management direct services, $257,600. Information technology complex, $521,000. Law enforcement, $2,900,000. Legal fees, $420,441. Enrollment, $460,000. Adult education, $334,643. Public Information Office, PIO, $446,316. Open for discussion.
Any discussion? Okay, moving on to
What percentage of law enforcement goes towards salaries?
Stand by. We have a question on the floor. What portion of law enforcement goes to salary?
Chief of Police, where are you? Or I have a question for you, sir. These people run the day-to-day operations. That's why they need to answer your question.
What part goes to salary of your budget? 1.3 from Chief Nido goes to salaries. Okay, any other further discussion? Mike?
We need mics over here. Who's got the mics?
Please come up to the podium. Just come up to the podium, please.
Recent meetings that I attended at the CBC, you voted carryover funds into specific or other programmings. So my question is about the line item, Emergency Management Direct Services. Now, we all know we have tornado season. We all know that we have some rough winters with ice and bad weather. So my question is, anything in Emergency Management Direct Services, is there another category that this money would be set aside, if not expended, within the 12 months of the budget year? I know it's almost zero-based budgeting, an old frame from the governmental talk, but I believe that this money should stay in some kind of account to build up for those future disasters that will face us, instead of rolling it over to another program. We need to make sure we're going to have some savings for the future for these homes, particularly these elders. How many elders needed wood, water, or other emergency services during the storms? And if you continue to roll the money into other programs, we're going to always be hurting for services for our community, even if it's the children needing to go to school or back and forth. So I want to know, is there a plan for that? Or do we need to have some kind of tribal council here make an issue, make a motion, make a resolution that emergency services money stays within its account and not rolled over to another budget item at the end of the 12 months? That's all I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Okay, my response to that, Mr. Burgess, is the fact that because this budget is only proposed, it's not official until the general council approves of this budget. So if the general council wants to modify, you can do it from the floor. You make your motion known, second, and get a vote. This is the Comanche people's meeting, not the business committee's meeting.
So my motion, Tribal Council, is that any funds left in emergency management and its related programs remain and be carried over only for emergency management services, and it can be saved from year to year for that time frame that it would be needed. Only for emergency management services, it goes to its account and stays there. That's my motion.
Okay, we got a motion
Mr.
on the
Chairman?
floor. Can I get a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I will second that, but I also want to add a amendment to it because the Business Committee has been voting to roll over these carryovers, and I'm glad we've got them now instead of wasting all the money. Carryovers. But that needs to come back to the General Council to direct it into what they need in our budget system. I believe that's in the Constitution. You have a line item budget, and it's approved by the General Council. But if you've got carryover, then that money needs to come back to the General Council and direction from them to the Business Committee where that money needs to go. And yes, it needs to be in those same programs probably, but it needs to go to the General Council rather than the Business Committee making that decision.
Okay,
And I'll
thank you.
second that.
All right, we got a first and we got a second. Stand by, we got discussion. Mr. Burgess?
One other thing, you know, everybody's talking about carryover. If you set your budget up properly the first time, you don't have extra money. You gotta look at your budget over the past years and see what you've spent, what's needed, and then adjust your budget to that. You can't just come in and every year throw in an extra $200,000, $300,000. The money that we're proposing for this budget hasn't even been made yet. It's still in the casinos. I told you, I think last year I told you, if a tornado takes out that casino out there, this budget ain't worth the paper it's written on because we don't have the money in the bank. At some point, we got to get back to where when we sit here in this meeting, we know exactly what's in the bank and what we have to spend. Do you agree with that or not?
Yes.
Thank you. Then we need, the people that are elected up here need to start looking at that. We got a Secretary Treasurer here. He needs to be looking at that. When they have budget meetings with these programs, they need to let them know that they've got to be accurate on their budgets. You can't have carryovers. I know last year we gave, I don't know how many $100,000 to the charter school to fix their roof. People say, oh, we got an extra $100,000. You don't have an extra $100,000. My Lord, I'm just, you know, we need to start thinking about the realistic situation that this tribe is in. We could be in some serious trouble. I'm telling you, if them storms come through. I keep every year I fear that. So all of you think about it. When you're voting this year for budgets, you're voting for people to serve you on the committee. Give it a lot of thought. Talk to your relatives that aren't here. Those are out of state. Learn what you can, and let's try to get some people in here that are going to do us right. So I'm just saying, you know, if we're going to pass something here about carryover, let's do it for all the programs, not just this program that they're talking about. If you've got extra money in your program because you didn't budget properly, then that money needs to go into an account to the tribe for you, the people out here, to determine how to spend it the next year. Let's not just keep rolling it, rolling it, rolling. We don't have it. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sandra Mithlow, and I'm very proud to be your Director of Social Services. With all due respect, Mr. Burgess, the money that the CBC voted on for us to carry over was not due to mismanagement of my program. No, listen, well, you said if we managed our budgets correctly, we shouldn't have carryover. Did he not say that? Okay.
All right, Sandra, go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, what I want to correct is that due to the pandemic,
Sandra has the floor, Mr. Burgess.
When we had the pandemic, the casino did not make a profit. My program is funded from the casino. After the pandemic eased up and the casino was allowed to open, that was when we started making money, and the casino paid the programs, the money that the General Council voted to approve. That was the money that was carried over, was because of the pandemic and because of the shutdown. So that's why we had extra money. And I thank God that our General Council and our CBC voted for our programs to get this money so that we can provide a service to our Comanche people. That's what we're here for. And if I misunderstood you, I'm sorry, I apologize. But I just want to make that clarification that that's why we had that carryover money, was because of the pandemic and the casino shutting down. So the casinos did pay us. So God bless them. But thank you. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Ms. Mithlow.
Okay. I just want to clarify, I did not say mismanage. I said when you set your budget, make sure that you go by what happened a couple years before so that you can determine what you need. Don't just keep adding. That's what we keep doing every year. I don't know where this money's coming from. Thank you.
I think maybe I can clear this up. I hear, Bobby, I hear what you say. And because I know what you're saying. I understand that. However, I'm going to tell you the history of why I'm speaking emergency management. When we had that big ice storm in 2009 and 10, we didn't have any money to do all that we did. So we declared an emergency for us. And we were able to get some of that money back if we have received all of it from the feds, from FEMA. I don't know if we received what we were supposed to get from the state. It was roughly $1 million of FEMA, it might have been $4 million. If we've ever collected that, we don't know. Those people between then and before this committee never gave an update or report on that. And so the only reason I'm talking about emergency management is I know that we're going to have an emergency, and I know that we have people who need help. And our tribal government recently, with the American Recovery Plan funding, that is what assisted us to have these carryovers. Now that money has to be spent in certain ways before 2025. So this committee did what they thought was the most feasible thing to help the community and to support its governmental operations. So I'm worried about emergency management now, because I know how some of those elders suffered without water or food for a day, maybe 2 days, no wood, no heat. That's why I'm looking at emergency management services. All the other programs, if someone wants to make the motion that tribal funds that are carried over could be done specifically, then someone else can make that motion, Bobby. I want to just worry about emergency management services, because we all have elders out here, or we're becoming the elders, that are going to need that help. And so this issue here, I'm going to maintain my motion to be emergency management services, because our government needs to have some flexibility for those programs that are overextending their services and run short of cash to help out. And that's what carryover can do up to a certain percent. So I'm just going to stick with emergency management at this time, asking you all to approve it. Can I get a second? And then we'll vote for it.
We got a second on the floor,
Brother,
real quick.
I did
Stand
second
by.
that. I did second, that's what I was
Yes.
seconding, but I was saying our tribal constitution requires the business committee to bring those funds back to the general council anyway. But yes, I second your motion right here.
Okay, then I just wanted to make that clear about the ARP funds that really helped us. Didn't get around to it, and some of our people didn't understand that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm going to ask everybody in the room that is a member of this nation to answer an honest question, okay? How many of you have no idea how this budget is put together and the process that's gone through to get these numbers? How many of you don't know? Raise your hand. Hi. There's a lot. And so I think that's what creates a lot of confusion when we're talking about what we're doing with the budget. And so the primary problem is I'm on a board that is responsible for a budget of $1.4 billion, okay? The way that we do that and the way that we manage that is that we have a finance team that's set apart from what would be considered the CBC or considered any other leadership body. It's a member of the body. It's members from the body that a finance team that manages the finances so that they can take care of issues like this, look at the day-to-day, and represent the body. And so this isn't something to fix today, but it's something moving forward that we have to look at, because a big part of this is educating our people on what the budget process looks like, what it is, because the people who have the knowledge of that budget and how it works are the people that have the power to manipulate that budget. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And so that's what causes so much confusion and argumentation, because I think what my brother put forth here in this motion, I think is a good idea. What I'm not sure about is whether or not that's the right place for it, because we don't know what's going to happen at the end of a year. We don't know what departments may need it. We don't know what's going on. So we need to have some flexibility to be able to spend that overage if we have it. And so that's just I'm not going against you at all, but it's just something I think we need to think about, but it's not something we can fix in a meeting. I think one of the things that we struggle with is we try to put Band-Aids on wounds that are way bigger than a Band-Aid. And we've got to be able to treat things the right way in the right amount of time, in the right places in the right time. So just information, sir.
Excuse me. I don't know if, I want to know what exactly emergency management direct services entail. What does it cover? Who does it cover? Is it just disasters, rain, Mother Nature? I mean, like what? Like somebody's house foundation crashes in, it goes for that? Or does it go for like your sidewalk blowing up? Or, I mean, like what exactly is it used for?
Emergency Management Director.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a process. Every situation is different. It's sent in and evaluated. For instance, one of the most common things is seasonal use of air conditioners. When your window air conditioner, if your main AC unit goes out, and we can get temporary window units to put in there so that you can be cool. Or we can provide temporary heaters in case your central heat goes out, those types of things. And if it's feasible, it goes up through to the tribal administrator, maybe we help them get repairs for your central unit. But providing temporary support and for that need at the moment. So we don't really deal with long-term needs. Cutting trees down that are going to damage your home. We did a lot of tree cutting this past year, things of that nature. Structural damages, major disasters, those types of things like that really fall on your insurance, or probably something that housing would handle. Yes, so that we have it there available to buy those air conditioners that we will need for people that suffer through a sudden situation of their air conditioner being out or their heat in the winter, or they need heating wood, or, oil. Sometimes we cross over with social services and help. So it's there. It's not a lot. It's not a lot of money, really, if you look at it overall. For major disasters, we go back to have a direct declaration of disaster, and we go to the CBC for the larger amounts of money.
Okay, Charles.
Comment?
You weren't very clear, sir. To clarify, because I don't think you really answered her question.
Can you please state your name?
LaDonna Mycovey. You are basically saying that your program only provides heating and cooling in emergency situations, and no, what else does it provide?
Each situation is evaluated based upon the request.
Correct.
Yes.
But what does that cover? There's when you go apply for assistance for something, it's what kind of services can you provide is what I'm asking. Is it just heating and cooling? Is it emergency tree removal? The microburst blew the roof off my house. Do you help with that? So that's what just broad, not
Right.
specific.
I got you.
But explain more other than seasonal, because a lot of these people don't understand what that means.
There is no situation that is not looked at. Every situation is different. And it's not made decisions not made alone by the emergency management. It's made alone up through with the tribal administrator.
So just for clarification, in the packet on page 57 and 58, it includes what the guidelines are and the services provided.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That might help y'all. Did y'all hear what he said?
Page 57 and 58.
Okay, we have a question in the back. We have a question in the back. Stand by, ma'am. Go ahead. Jared, can you take a
Yes.
microphone in the back, please?
It starts on page 56, but the details are on 57 and 58.
Mr. Chairman, while he's taking that back there, may I give some history?
Go ahead.
In 2009 and 10, ladies and gentlemen, the CBC created a line item of $200,000 savings for emergency management. However, after 2011, that line item went away with the CBC. That's why I'm up here telling you, asking you to approve emergency management funding. Any carryover it has, stay within that line item and be added to. And it can be created as a savings account for future emergencies. Just letting you know, some history we tried to do is create a savings area for emergency management services. In addition to that, we have not, Mr. Secretary Treasurer, John, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but how much savings is there in the trust funds money that we no longer vote for on our budget? We were getting $200,000 a year. The last year I heard in 2019 or 20, it was roughly over $2 million or $3 million.
Are you talking about the 20% set aside?
20%.
Yeah, you got 5.1 million. 5.1 million.
5.1 million, ladies and gentlemen, of our 20% trust funds. Just to let you know, that requires us to approve, and right now, I recommend no approval. We're still spending ARP funds, and the casinos are doing good. But just to let y'all know, we are building that trust funds up, and where that trust fund is spent, trust responsibility should follow, and Forrest can correct me if I'm wrong or not, because if we want to buy more land, our reservation-based land, let's buy it back again and enlarge our land base.
All right, we got a question in the back.
I just wanted to remind people that in this book, there's a table of context. It says on page 56 through 59 what the emergency management program is about. And in your index, you'll be able to see all of the programs and what they do, some of them where their funding comes from, whether it's a matching grant or whatever. And I encourage you, if you have people that are out of state, to send them their book, study it over and send it to them so that they can vote an informed vote. Thank you.
Okay, stenographer, can you repeat the motion, please? Stand by.
While we're waiting, Tribal Administrator, will you make your way up here, please? Where are you?
She's looking to repeat the motion every time we talk. She has to stop and type.
The motion is that any funds left in emergency management and its related programs remain and be carried over only for emergency management services, and that it be saved from year to year for that time frame that it would be needed, only for emergency management services.
Okay, there we have a first and we have a second. All in favor,
Discussion.
raise your hand.
Discussion.
Discussion, stand by.
So there's a couple, three problems that I see. We do just-in-time accounting, budgeting. So it's forward projecting. We're not budgeting based off of the funds that we have. The second problem is a legal question, is our revenue allocation plan. It has to follow within the guidelines of our RAP. Itemizing the funds just for emergency services, I think we can do that as long as we keep the percentages the same. But I'd like our tribal attorney to address that, because we can't violate our RAP by any means. But we probably have to do a motion to allow us to save funds and allocate a percentage in our revenue allocation plan for future use.
So my understanding of the motion is that this would effectively require the CBC to implement this directive until there's another tribal council meeting. So in next year's budget setting process, the overall budget would need to be consistent with the RAP, and this would have to be taken into account when the CBC does that.
Thank you. We have one more discussion. Go ahead, ma'am.
It's a different topic. Mr. Chairman, she's on a different topic.
Okay.
However, I do not agree that there's any legal problems with this, because every year the funding from the RAP is going to be different. And any carryover funds from the previous year are not a part of that current RAP. So this line item that I'm asking to be specific to emergency management services, once we have approved it, United States government cannot disagree with it, because it is this body that approves the RAP. And any amendments or changes that this body wants to make has to be done here. And if we vote that this is going to happen from year to year, they cannot say it's illegal. Even our attorneys cannot tell us that it's illegal, because they work for us, and this is what we, the people, want to do. So it's not illegal. Those three questions you are moot at this time, because if the tribal council approves it, we go for it.
Okay, we got a motion, we got a first, and we got a second. We're going to take this to vote so we can get to our resolutions. Everyone who approves with this, please raise your hand. Election board, please start the count.
Yes, sir, he's right, and the General Council is the supreme governing body. They tell us what to do, and the RAP has nothing to do with what we do here.
I want clarification. Is it any money from any program?
Nope.
Rollover or just emergency management?
It's just emergency management.
Just emergency management money, correct? Okay, thank you. That's all I need.
All right, counters, get your hands up, please. All right, our counters are going around. Don't forget the stage. Well, okay, General Counsel, I see the majority of hands. Counters, stand by. Who opposes, please raise your hand. Do you oppose? Okay. All right. Motion passes. We got majority vote. Thank you. All right, moving on. John David. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Eva Waharaka Asenap, and I see all the items on the budget that we have up here, and I'm just really concerned about our chairman's salary compared to all the millions that we have up here. And I believe it's been several years back that we made in the general council where we increased the salary from $50,000 to $75,000. I don't know how many years ago, 10 years maybe, but I think it's time that we look at increasing our chairman's salary, and that we look at the things that he does for all of us, everyone here, and that I want to make a motion that we increase his salary. Looking at him, how much do we want over here? But I think a good amount would be like $125,000. I know people say, no, that's too much money, but think about, he's representing almost 18,000 members here and all the things that he does for everyone here. So I am making a motion that the salary for the chairman be increased to $125,000. And I hear people say no, but that's not a lot of money. It's not. Everything has really gone up, and you know, all of us right now, you have to go to the grocery store, and I make a decision, am I gonna buy chicken thighs or am I gonna buy hamburger meat? And everything has gone up, everything goes up, and now it's time for our chairman's salary to go up, so I make a motion that we increase his salary to $125,000. Thank you.
Call for discussion.
Okay, discussion?
We got a second.
All right, we got a second. We go on to discussion.
Well, I was asked just immediately here by several people to give a history lesson. In 2009, the CBC put on the budget, the chairman's salary went from $50,000 to $75,000. I was the chairman at the time. I said no. No, because the chairman's salary is matched by something called indirect cost, administrative funds. So the chairman's salary we approve at $50,000, indirect cost matches that amount, and so it doubles. But we sit here with 6 more people who receive berated, hateful statements, dislikes, undue responses from all of us, even me. I admit I'm no angel. But it's my belief that we would serve our people better by having various people serve on the many committees we have. And as Pastor Kierbone is saying, organizing our government with these subcommittees, with some of us who have expertise and knowledge to serve with CBC members, so they're not having to sit on every committee to earn a livable wage. It is time we come out of the 1960s when people lived close by. And it would have been nice that we could have. But the economic fortitude, the problems that come about when raising families, getting education, falling in love and going where love takes us, it brought me home. But I'm saying to you all, it's not that I don't want the chairman to get a decent salary. What I want to do is have you all to think about this, that the CBC should give a livable salary for those who commute, those who go to committee meetings, those who travel on behalf of our people. It is time to consider that, because they are so busy at times, and I know, and some of you don't know, many committees or subcommittees, and some of them are going to be representing us with other groups, other entities, other federal governments, other tribal governments, and learning things for us to bring home so we can develop and grow. And that's why we elect them, to lead us in new directions and to help develop new avenues of income and job making for all of us in our future. So let's consider a salary for them. We may not want to set it now, but it's a discussion that needs to take place. We have to grow to the 23rd century. So we got to look at that in the future so we can attract those wonderful minds that we're educating out there to come back home and help us to grow better. So that's my comment on this issue.
Okay.
Maroeka, Nananigatsa, Jordan, Pibashimaki. So I kind of want to talk about that too. I think a way to resolve that is to make sure that the CBC is taken from a part-time position to a full-time position. It shouldn't be something that's made to where you have to have either a retired position for work or barely make it by when it comes to livable wages, right? Let's make them full-time positions. Let's give them the opportunity to make those changes and that choice for us. And same thing with like the salary. I feel like if we want to be competitive and we want to be able to like continue to grow as a government, we have to make those salaries competitive. Why are we going to want our people to come back here and live for, minimal when they can get a better paying job and do better things elsewhere? If we want everybody to come back with those master's degrees, those PhDs, we need to make sure we're competitive and we're keeping our own people here. So I just kind of want to make those.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. We got a second. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, motion doesn't pass us. All right, moving on. John David. No, motion does not pass. That's what I said. Oh, I'm sorry. They had a motion on the floor. We got a second. The motion was to increase the chairman's salary. I do not want an increase, I'm telling you. I'm happy with what I have. I just want you to know that. So let's take it to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand, please. All opposed? All right, we're going to have to go to a vote. Okay, counters, please come out. Election board.
The motion was to change the chairman's salary to $125,000.
And just for clarification, that would effectively be $250,000 with the match. Yes, that's what Mr. Burgess said. That's what his history lesson was about. Right? Right?
If you raise the chairman's salary to $125,000, he will be making $250,000 because indirect cost matches whatever you vote for.
Again, I am satisfied with what the Comanche people are paying me now.
So he's saying no. Just leave it where it is and leave it alone. He gets $150,000 a year now. And he says that's enough, so it's up to him.
All right, let's vote. Okay. In favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, those that oppose. Okay, there you have it. Motion doesn't pass. All right, moving on. John David.
Okay, just for everybody's information,
We need to get through
as
these.
the Secretary Treasurer, I make $250 a month. $250 a month. Not a week, a month. So you know what? I feel like I'm overpaid. I don't want the $250. And anyone takes this office, they shouldn't take it either. I don't want it. I don't need it. All right, let's move on.
All right, we got
Okay.
2 more sections, and then we're going to get to our resolutions.
All right, here we go. Economic development, 25%. Now, when I give you these percentages, that is the wrap. We have to stay within those percentages. That's what that is. I just want to make sure you understand that. So our hands are tied to a degree, unless you, the general counsel, make decisions otherwise. Okay, your new business is $1,828,419. Capital improvement, $2,300,000. Tribal court, $696,297. Grasshopper Elders lawn mowing, $500,000. Comanche Nation Fair is $255,300. Comanche Nation Homecoming, $55,000. Youth Shelter, CRYS, is $106,960. Workforce Innovation and Opportunity, WIOA, $3,082,760. Job Placement and Training, $785,430. Museum Gift Shop, $254,985. Museum, $678,915. Realty Management, Land Management, $655,976. Land Acquisition, $1,400,000. Transit, $938,000. Assisted Living Facility, $1,300,000. Early Childhood Development Center, $811,958. Comanche Nation Housing, $1 million. Total for this section is $17,250,000, Chairman. Open for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, people of the Numina, what is 1.828419? How is it spent, and what do we got going?
New business.
The new business is a place where the business committee can establish new businesses and get it operational and pay for it out of those funds. You know, it's very new business for some reason, and I've not understood this, but even prior CBCs, I've never understood this. They never expend those funds. And why, I don't know. Because we just can't improve unless we do. That's why it's there, to establish new business and opportunities for our people. And I want to emphasize, for our people.
We have Comanche Nation Enterprises, and we had our annual meeting in February. There was about 20 people in attendance. 12 of the people consisted of Numina staffing and Robert and I, and then the enterprise board. And there was about probably 5 or 6 tribal members that actually showed up. We are trying to hire a economic development CEO. The enterprise board has tried to communicate with the CBC since December for them to approve a job description, in which we just got a response from one CBC member like 3 weeks ago. So, as a member of the enterprise board and the CBC, economic development, that money should go to the enterprises, because ultimately they're the ones who should be handling and bringing in new business. It shouldn't be this business committee.
Mr. Chairman,
that's what they're supposed to do. That's what it's for. That's what economic development is.
Mr. Chairman, Wilma, you promised last year that we have oodles and oodles of new business, and you would form committees to get this thing off the ground.
right now, we just barely have, maybe just casinos. But we need progress. Time goes so quickly, and on July 1st, I know some of you have been down to your local bank, but we're getting ready to shift into e-currency, which you lose control of your money. Zelle, Zoom, Venmo are being converted into e-currency. Yet we don't have any economic development going on. What are we going to do when that happens on July 1st?
Donald?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Donald Chestnut. I want to talk about grasshoppers. You know, that's hard work. I'm a former grasshopper. I worked with them for 8 years, and we had 5 counties to go to. We had, back then, we had about 14 crews, and every time we go out and work, we get up because we start before it gets hot. You know, summer it's hot. So we get up and we fill up, get everything ready, have our equipment all ready to go, we hook up, we're gone, and we don't get back to the water park, or we used to be up here at the old maintenance. And you talk about being tired, that's hard work, pushing a weed eater, push more, and we have to knock on the door if nobody's there. We have to leave a message, you know, paper telling them we was there to do their yard, weed eat. And another thing about that, their dogs. They had some mean dogs out there. One year it was in Cache. I got bit by a pit bull, and that sucker hurt. I was almost through weed eating. I called my boss, and I told him what happened, and tribal police came out there, and I told the guys, hey, your dog bit me, and you need to do something about it. And we found out the same dog bit a teacher at that same residence. Like I'm saying, that money, to me, I think they should get a little bit more money. That is hard work, because we had a lot of young people come through to that place and come in and go out. And like I was telling Marshall earlier, hey, I don't mind working again, but like I said, I retired from those guys. But they need more young men to work. They need trucks, need trailers. I might just come back and work with them, because I'm retired. I'm retired from Algin Public School. I just stay home. I don't do nothing. But yeah, that's hard work. These guys are up 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, and they got to fill up their trucks, riding mowers, gas tanks. They got to get all their equipment ready. And when something breaks down on the riding mower, we got to wait for like 2 weeks. Or that one year I waited 3 weeks for a back tire. And I had a flat in Anadarko, and good thing I was at one of my uncle's house, and he said, what's wrong, nephew? And I said, I've got a flat tire, I can't cut no more. And I called my boss, and he said, take the tire off. So I took it off. He went to Marlowe. He bought me a brand new tire. Came back, and I finished my homes in Anadarko.
Okay.
But that's hard work, because we need more young men and vehicles.
Okay.
Because I don't mind working with those guys. Those guys are pretty cool. Once you get to know them, they're like brothers.
All right.
Sometimes we all meet somewhere, you know, and just eat lunch, or we meet on a weekend and we go somewhere and eat, you know. But yeah, I just want to tell our people, hey, they got 5 counties to go to. It's just a little bit guys working. And everybody puts the application in, they don't pass it. It's easy. All you can do is go in and, you know.
Okay. Thank you, Donald.
That's good.
Thank you.
I just want to bring that up. And to me, I think they should get a little bit more money.
Okay. Thank you.
That's hard work. I'm serious.
Okay.
I just want to say that.
Thank you, Donald.
Thank y'all.
Do I say my name again?
Yes, please.
My name is Tina Mhula, and I want to make a comment about the new business and that budget, and I kind of get an understanding of what you said its intention is. And so I would like to suggest that these kids over here, your Comanche Academy, that they be considered to be developed like a business. They're creating opportunities for job and education, and if we approach it as a business, we can help them build up.
Thank you. John David? Oh. Okay, please.
I would like to make a comment about the new business budget.
Please state your name.
Lenora Parker. I would like to know if you all could do something about that cash casino. That needs to be rectified. There's a lot of gamblers in cash, and we could be earning some money for this budget and for our future. And I want to connect that suggestion to the emergency management. You all talked about natural disasters, but nobody talked about, natural disasters, but nobody has mentioned nation disasters. And there's all kind of talk on the news. We need some emergency funds, more than what's up there, because our nation needs to be ready if there could be natural and national disasters. So we need more money up there. I remember, I don't know how long ago it was, maybe 10 years ago, the 2015, there was a flood, and the CBC had to get $1 million from the casino. And so y'all may not know about that, but that's just a little back history. There was flooding in Cache, and I live on the east side, and I went to visit my son, and when I came home, I couldn't even get home because there was flooding over there by the Apache Casino on Gore Boulevard. So I would like you, CBC, to look further ahead and look at some funding. They used to call it a rainy day fund. We really need more money in there. Look how many people are here. We've got 900 elders in 7 counties, and nationwide about 20,000 Comanches. So we need to look at the big picture and the current times we live in. So I'd like you all to consider getting that cash casino going. At least that is revenue that could be coming in for the people.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Parker.
Thank you.
Our gaming CEO is here, and she did hear you. Mr. Tipicani?
Yes, I'd like to comment on something that I think has been out of order. You know, on occasions, there's something that comes up and there's a need, as we saw with SIA as an example, and that's we should be proud of SIA. However, they come to the CBC and ask for monies, and it comes out of tax funds. And in my opinion, that is wrong, because everything that needs to be spent should be on a budget. They shouldn't come to the CBC and say, we want money out of the tax commission, and then the tax commission money is granted for that. It's not approved by the council. It's only approved by the CBC, and that's out of order. Well, the real reason I'm bringing that up too is, and it's not the only one I understand that you've done that with. You originally done even, and I applaud that because I'm Tuda Pukanu. I believe that Tuda Pukanu needs a budget item because they'll come to you as they did and ask for monies. Well, again, you're going to give them money, but that's not approved by the council. You don't have that authority to be distributing monies in that manner. That has to be approved by this body, all expenditures. So I'd say Tuda Pukanu, or their Little Ponies, is a very historic society of the Comanche Nation. And we should be proud of that, and we should fund it. And it should be just as important as CIVA and the homecoming. And the homecoming is very important, but Tuda Pukanu goes way back, and it is cultural. Homecoming is newer, CIVA is newer. We had warrior society. Little ponies represent warrior societies. and the support of warrior societies like our Big Pony. And we don't have our big ponies, and I hope our big horses, I hope we have that again someday. I know Mr. Carrara here, you know, his dad carries the bundle of that yet, and maybe we can resurrect that someday. But I'd just like to make the point that I would like to see Tuda Pukanu in the budget. And I say, they're going to come to you, avoid that. Do it appropriately, do it rightly, in front of all of us. Uda ko.
Thank you.
Mr. Tipakani. Mr. Tipakani, brother, make that motion now, and let's get a second, and let's get it done. Let's don't talk about it. Let's do it.
I make the motion to include in this budget, and you can find it. We'll have to see where that comes. I see some big amounts, even in economic development. Pull it from there at this moment. Because I think you can give them something like, I would say, initially 30,000. I make the motion for 30,000 for Tuda Pukanu. And as you know, they go across the country. They don't even stay, they stay not just in Comanche country. They're honored by other nations, other Indian nations. And I think even this year they're going to Nebraska. So I think we should do that. My motion, 30.
I second that motion.
Uncle, before he motions that, I would like to say something. And I'm in favor of the little ponies. But the thing is, when we go to the powwows and the Comanche little ponies are there, I just want to reiterate something. They're not all Comanches. They're not all Comanches. And I feel if we're going to support them, we need to have Comanche people out there. And I go to a lot of powwows.
Let me say something.
And a lot of those Comanches, those non-Comanches, a lot of them are there are a lot of light-skinned little ponies. I would like to say, if we go ahead and pass this bill, I want Comanches on that little ponies group.
Thank you.
I have something to say about that.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Because I have a lot of grandchildren. I've got 2 granddaughters that have 2 degrees. My daughter is half Thibault. But we also have children. I have 2 blonde-headed Comanche girls that live in New York. Their mother is a postmaster. She's half, Bethany's sister. They all live away from home. These 2 girls their mother has put them through school. With the help of our Comanche education program, they have gotten to their degree, law degree, one's going to law school. But they've had 2 degrees, and they are blonde-headed, blue-eyed Comanche girls. And don't you tell me you cannot be a Comanche and be, how dark do you have to be? There's a number there. Sorry. That's the way it is. Hey, we're too integrated to just stand up somewhere and say, you're not Comanche because you're, I'm full-blood Comanche. But I have grandchildren that are other races, great-grandchildren that are other races, and they are Comanche. They're on the roll. So let's don't be mean. Let's don't segregate each other. Let's knock that off.
Rita,
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair. On what she was talking about, I have something that I think is a part of this thing that they were talking new business. We have some property in Elgin. Elgin is a growing community. It's getting way out there. They're making big bucks there. And we have some property there that we should develop. Here's my thinking. We could put up a small, it doesn't have to be nothing elaborate, a nice hotel and some area where we can have a good area for them to have a community center, sort of, because we've got GIs and their families. How many is every 6 weeks, we have families that come into Long Community to be with their children when they're graduating from Fort Sill. We have there's a lot of things that we could be doing to make money and to serve the community and be a part of Fort Sill. Put a little hotel over there and a small convention center where they can be entertained and be a part of the community while they're here. And there are things that we could do to help Fort Sill and help ourselves and be a part of the community. Seriously. That's a serious situation. We could do something important like that. That would help and be under that new business thing. Think about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stand by. Ms. Brady up front.
I have a question.
Okay, we got a
about-
motion and we got a second. Discussion?
The question was to support Little Ponies?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, how much did you request, Robert?
30,000.
How much do we give CIVA? However, we put all these community groups on the budget. Again, you talk about the school and our future. We talk about development. There was a time that the tribe gave money to match funds raised. So why don't we create a fund that we match you? What you raise, the tribe will match you up to $10,000. So that many organizations, not just two, can receive funding. Because there's these JOM groups, there's church groups, there's other groups that need funding, but they don't always get it. I'm proud of our history. I'm proud of our people. But we can only do so much because we're doing so many things. So my thinking is that we create a fund that matches the funds they raise. If they can raise $30,000, then we match them $30,000. But that's future thinking. So reconsider this idea. And why am I speaking against it? I'm the descendant. But I believe our groups need to start earning more for themselves than to look at the tribe to fund everything. But
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and we got a second for the 30K for Little Ponies, correct?
Discussion. Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
So, if we're asking to put them on the budget right now, Maraweka, Nananiat sa Marty Wutapabidi, Nanat Namanatsa, Bienavunina, the Sawutagovitana, the Samaikobina, the Hutsunarama Naitana. If we're allowed to just ask to be put on the budget, how come the charter school needs a resolution to do the same thing that they're doing instead of just proposing to be put on the budget like this? I don't understand how that works. Isn't that what we're asking to be put on the budget for that too?
John David's going to answer that.
Your resolution, when it comes through like that, and it's passed by the business committee, it actually becomes the status of law. But here is the law. The general counsel is the authority. They are the highest authority. If they choose to move forward now, make a motion, second, and vote it in, you're on the budget.
So, what they're...
Well, I'm sorry, you're on the proposed budget, and then it goes out for clarification.
I would like to make a motion.
Stand by. We got a motion on the floor, then we'll get to your motion. We got a motion on the floor and we got a second. All in favor, raise your hand.
What is this motion for?
This
They're
motion
asking.
is for Little Ponies, $30,000.
And there was an...
Counters? If you got a wristband, hold your hand up high, please. The motion is for the 30K.
What are you saying? Excellent. And I'm gonna second it. She can make it, I'll second it. You wanna make it? Wait, you see through with this voting.
State that. Seriously, state that.
That will eliminate the wait that could be a discussion.
Okay, we
Is
got our
Mr.
counters. Those that oppose, raise your hand.
Is Lowell here?
Those that oppose, raise your hand. Okay, counters, this is opposed.
Is Lowell here? I know. Is Lowell here? No. Is Lowell here? We don't mind. That's what I was trying to say.
Opposed, raise your hand. They're coming around. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Okay, abstain. Those that abstain? Okay, let me get the count.
Where'd the chairman go?
It's easy to throw stones.
Tell our Aunt Iowa to get over here. Tell him Manapsoy.
We have the
Okay.
total on the Little Ponies, 30K, 127 yes, 97 no.
127 yes, 97 no. Okay, moving on.
I would like to make the motion to put Comanche Academy Charter School on a recurring annual budget for $400,000
Second the motion.
coming out of new business.
I second the motion. My name is Tina M. Hula.
Okay. Discussion?
How much has the tribe given the charter school so far?
Stand by, we have that number.
Thank you.
While you're getting that, I'd just like to reiterate that when this school was first established and they asked for the tribe to okay it and all of that, whoever was gathering it up together said, if y'all will okay us to have this school, we will get enough grants from the state and
That's
federal
right.
that they would be self-sufficient and they wouldn't have to depend on us to get for any money. They were going to stand on their own for these grants. I don't know what happened to that.
Exactly.
I would like to also say that almost everybody there that was at the beginning is not there anymore. It's a whole group of people that came in when the school had went not so good and turned the whole thing around to getting it completely accredited through the state of Oklahoma. These people have worked hard to get the school where it's at. And the grant,
How much have we provided to the? How much?
$1,623,013.99.
$1,600,000 so far, and they're not even on the budget.
so part
See,
of,
that's just what we were talking about, you know. Coming up, Mr. Tippecanoe said that money needs to be in this budget before it can go out to these organizations. You know, it has to be approved here. I don't remember approving $1,600,000 for the charter school. I want to tell you that I'm a retired school administrator, okay? I've been in education most of my life working with young people. I am for this education program, but we chartered this school through the state of Oklahoma. Why isn't the state putting money into this school?
that is a great question. The state is putting money into the school.
How much?
So it changes every year.
How
as
much?
State aid does. Ms. Fratello is our superintendent. She could speak better on how much state aid comes in, but I would like to mention that state aid for a charter school is not the same as it is for a regular public school. We don't get, we get half of it.
How much?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak now. We get $6,000 per student per year in state and federal funding versus over $12,000 that, say, a traditional public school gets like LPS.
And the grants can only go so far for a school. There are many grants, and we have gotten grants, and we've applied for grants. Running a school is not cheap, especially if you want a good school. The grants, sorry, not the grants, sorry. There are so many things that go into it, and the money that we have gotten from the tribe, it wasn't just a whopping that much money at once. That came in donations of numerous things where they've donated food, they've donated air when we needed it because of stuff that went south when it first happened. And that's why these people that you see, all of these people up here, all these adults that came in who believe in this school, in our culture, in all of it, our language, and believe that this school is going to change our nation. It has so much in so many different ways, but not with just these little babies. This changed with the high schoolers and so many of these adults out here. How many people we've gotten involved in community events
between the Wednesday night classes, the language department does their monthly.
Collaboration with Prevention and Recovery. Our purpose in having the school is to make sure that our children grow up to be better than what we are today. We want to make sure they don't face addictions the way that some of us face addictions. We want to make sure they have better coping skills than what we've had growing up, than what you've had growing up. We want to make sure that all of our ancestors, what they went through, being tortured for using their language and their culture, we can reverse that and we can put that in our children and they will carry it on and they will be able to take it to our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren and our great-great-grandchildren. That's what matters, to carry on our nation.
You know what? Okay, let me talk now, okay? You talk a good line, you should all be writing grants for the school.
And that's what we are trying
You
to
should do
now.
that.
I
Now,
want to
my
say
other
something on their
question-
behalf.
Listen to me.
We got a lot of
Listen
people
to
that
me.
have come through here and
The
made
other-
promises
the
and it
other
don't work
question I
out.
have
But
is-
they've kept it going and
Hey,
they've
hey,
made something of
Tina.
it. You ladies be proud of
Tina.
yourself.
Tina, hold it. Where is this money coming from? You're asking for $400,000. Where's it coming from? It's
I got a
gotta come from these
suggestion.
other
You got
programs.
$1.4 million for land acquisitions. We don't need some more asbestos buildings. Take $400,000 from there and give it to them.
So, Mr. Burgess, I've heard you mention this before. I've heard a lot of other people talk about this before. We need to plan for the long term. This is the long-term plan we need to think about. We need to strategize for.
Folks, let's take a pause for a second.
Where are you
Listen,
located
Mr. Burgess,
now?
I'm going to ask you to respectfully just listen for a minute.
Hang on, I got the floor. Hang on. Where are y'all located right now?
1701 Northwest Taft Avenue in Lawton.
Is that the building where the roof caved in?
Yes, it is.
And did the tribe fix that?
No.
They haven't fixed it?
To bring your expertise in and assist us moving forward. It takes all of us. When we moved from one location and 12, 15, 16
I know.
bands,
Listen.
it took
You see all of these. You see all these programs.
I do.
That the
I am
tribe
the
has.
CEO of Native Inc.
Listen to
And
me,
when
please.
we brought Numina Technology to the CBC, they did not offer that opportunity. These kids are the most important thing. Your children, your grandchildren are the most important thing we have in our nation. This can be an amazing opportunity to create virtual classrooms to all of us throughout the United States and
Listen to
across
me
the
now. Look,
country.
you see all these programs that we're funding? The money you're asking for has to come from these programs. You know, you can talk about land
and a part of our
acquisition.
goal is to
you
create
can talk about some of these others, but listen to me.
better
You
habits
come
for
up with
them.
that amount, and did the business committee visit with you on this? On that amount? Did they say, yeah, ask for $400,000 because we can take it from here and from here and from there? Because
Mr. Burgess?
you're gonna make other programs suffer.
Well, land
by going
acquisition
after
ain't
them.
going to suffer.
Now,
What about the long term?
These are
long
established.
term.
Well, these are established long-term programs that we've been funding for years and years.
If we teach our kids correctly now,
I'll tell you what,
then we wouldn't need all these services.
I'll
because
support this school if you get out from under the state.
Well,
if it's chartered
let
under
them
the
look
Comanche
into that
Nation,
because they may need to keep
if
those
it's chartered under the
opportunities.
Comanche Nation, I see we can fund it, but those aren't all Comanche kids that you got over there.
we have so many programs that do not service only Comanches.
There you go.
Okay, listen,
All right.
listen, let's take a pause for a second. And let's think about what we're doing. Let's explain this.
Wait.
And let's take a deep breath. Let's get our blood sugar back and flowing the right way. Let's get our blood pressure right. Now listen, here's something that we need to remember. If you will read the first page of our Constitution, one of the three purposes of our entire existence, according to that Constitution, is to provide education for our kids. Another important part of the first page of our Constitution that we're supposed to live and die by is that we are supposed to cooperate with the government to provide programming, provide education for our kids. So we're doing that. But here's what grieves my spirit. Here's what grieves my spirit. We started this afternoon with a whole bunch of kids singing in Comanche. That same group of kids won national recognition at the University of Oklahoma. Because out of any tribe in the country, they represented our culture and our language better than anybody else. And so what does that tell you? It tells you that they're doing a good job. I don't know how it started. I don't know what went wrong back then, but what I do know now is that we're seeing fruit that's fallen off of a healthy tree. And what you... And the part that grieves my soul is that we would ask the state government to do more for our kids than we're willing to do for them.
Amen.
All right, stand by real quick.
And so, Mark, let me finish, please, Mr. Chair. And so I think it's time. I think we know we need to vote. I think the question on the hour is, where does it come from? Well, we just spent a lot of time arguing about how new business has not been used for much of anything. And so I would amend if you'll accept it as a friendly amendment, I would amend that 400,000 that we do it, but it come from new business.
Yes. Yes. So, and I would recommend that economic development, you hear that they need help, help them develop. Send people over there, hire people to help them to get to that great place that they're headed toward. They need us. Let's don't give up on our kids.
I call the question.
I'd like to say, can I just mention that the contract, the funding, the tribe gets back 3%. Not only that, but you're the only tribe that is doing this in this, state, in this state. There's not another tribally sponsored charter school in this state, so actually in the nation. So we are first at that. Now this is a long time thing that's happened. We didn't just start this yesterday, a year ago, 3 years ago. It's been 5 or 6 years that we've been doing this. And I'm telling you, these people have made this happen. And these children, when they're in 5th grade, they're going to be more fluent than most everybody in this room. You cannot deny that. And that's important because these teachers, they cry about the things that these children do not have. They cry and they make it happen. If you shut it down and they were unemployed, they use their unemployment to keep that school open. That's how dedicated they are to these children.
I think I'm familiar with public school. Been there, done that. You want the white man to come and support us, correct? Then the white man is going to decide what we have to teach our children. Where we are right now, we have the ability to take the state standards that's Oklahoma, that the government is saying, teach our kids, but we're doing it through our culture. We're not teaching them about Christopher Columbus. How Christopher Columbus ate their Thanksgiving with Indians, right? And what did we bring? No, we get to teach them. We're not trying to change the history. We're embracing it. That's what I don't think anybody understands that. Let the white man come in, give us all this money, but then guess what? We have to teach them exactly what they say. We have to teach them. And where does that take us back? That's all I have to say.
Yes.
And I'm in full agreement with what you folks are doing and what my nephew over here said, but I would put a stipulation that get you out of that school because that asbestos is no good for you. I told the folks up here, I've been brought it to the attention of the authorities up here, that needs to be taken care of because if you want these little kids to grow up to be our age, you better get them out of that asbestos because it's no good for you.
Under
It's
land
very
acquisition, buy them a
serious
building.
Yes,
There's
Election, election
excuse
board,
me.
we need a quorum
My
count.
name is Kathy T. High Carlson, and there's a lot of us in this community that puts our time into that little school, and we don't get no pay. And we go and work with the little kids and spend time with them, and we don't ask for pay. And that's, you know, that's sometimes it's like 7 o'clock at night you get home and later. But I'm glad that there's a lot of people out there that help our little kids. And I'm trying to get my grandkids in there now. But help us. You know, if you're educated, then come and help us.
Yes.
We need help for our little grandkids, our kids, and the elders that are my age, almost 70. If you have time, come and help us.
Yes.
There's a lot of things that you know and that you can do for our children.
Yes.
And I don't get paid for it, but I do put my time in. So that's all I wanted to say, and I thank y'all.
Okay, we need a quorum count.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something? All right. Madawika Nanani Atal Martina. I am the PTA president of the Comanche Charter School. And I'm just super thankful to see everybody unite today. And I just want to not only ask for 400,000, I want to put it down as 800,000 because we have to build for our school. Like they said, build us a new school. Yes, we need to get out of here. We don't have a playground. We don't have a cafeteria. It's embarrassing to come in there and we have a bunch of fans but no blades. Yeah, the bathrooms aren't that great. Our ceiling's about to fall in, you know, but I believe in what these teachers are doing for our kids. My son, he's in pre-K and he's reading at a second grade level. He is out there speaking our language. And yeah, they might not all be Comanche, but we're banking off state funds, but we want funds to come from our tribe. So I'd say give us 800,000. Like they said, new business. What new business has been started? You know, this is an investment. If we don't have speakers, you like that per cap check? Well, if you don't have speakers, we could have another Donald Trump come in and say, well, your federal recognition, how many speakers do you have? And we don't want to talk about blood quantum these days, so those are the things that we need to start thinking about to be able to invest in to make sure that our culture and our language still survive so we can be a federally recognized tribe. So I want to be able to say we want to give our kids the best. You know, we have people that wish they could come to our school, but these are so, you know, we have so much that helps out our wraparound program. So I would say 800,000.
We need a quorum count. Everyone raise your hand, please. Quorum count. Quorum count.
Mr. Chairman, there are programs through the Department of Agriculture that will help you build the buildings.
Quorum count
We'll
only.
give you the grant monies for education, teaching your culture, your cultural plants, your cultural animals, all of those things. The grant is there. You need a grant writer to get into that. I've run into many programs that said we need tribes at the table because there's funding there, but we don't have anybody asking for it.
Well, they need those kinds of helpers, Mr. Sovo, to help them write for those things. They need people with those skills, and they're asking for people to come and help them.
Well,
Bring your
you've got
skills,
a
bring your
committee
knowledge.
Here can put them and work with the schools to get a grant writer.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I call for the question.
Let me say this one quick comment. You might as well take the money out of new business, 800,000, maybe take the whole $1.8 million. However, the economy is getting ready to shift in the next couple of months. Like we have no idea what's going to go south. Your individual, your corporate, your businesses. We're unprepared. Let me also tell you, because we're adverse risk, do you know what that means? We're wimpy. We do not want to step into making new business. We're always going to be poor. I don't mean to make fun of Richard over there, but we're going to be poor when we cannibalize this side. We need to take a stand. What should we spend for non-profit economic development or for profit business? If you're going to go to business, the business of making business is what? Making money, not necessarily jobs or creating homes for folks. It means making money. Education, products for the elderly, it's a byproduct, and we need not forget that.
Folks, we need to vote before we lose quorum. We're real close to that, is what it sounds like. And so, do we know if we have quorum? We do have it, so we need to go ahead and close it. Let's get to a vote. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, they called for the vote on the resolution on the floor.
And is that 400,000 from new business that we're voting on right now?
800,000.
Man, y'all got nervy and up the ante real quick.
We got to build for our new grade coming up. We need to get a foundation
we got
going.
A motion on the floor. We got a call for a vote.
Could you repeat? So the motion is 800,000 from new business for the charter school. Is that the motion?
Yes. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we don't need to count because that's majority. Motion passes. All right, moving on. Let's get through the budget so we can get to our resolution. Secretary Treasurer. Go ahead. All right, state your name, please.
My name is Billy Comanche.
Okay. Billy Comanche has the floor.
I want to say congratulations to the school. But what I have to say kind of goes along with what they've talked about. You know, the business committee made mention of the enterprise board, and we've only been in existence for not even a year. And I'm the chairman of the board. There's been a lot of horror stories that we've heard from the past on some of these actions that have been taken. But in both of our annual meeting and our monthly board meetings, we come together and we talk about the things that we need to do for the future, for just like some of them things that they mentioned for the kids. Our thoughts are in mind for those kids as well. We've got to be better business-minded as far as the tribe. Right now, as it is, I've got different individuals calling me, not only from Oklahoma, from the state, throughout the state of Oklahoma, but down in Texas as well, with business opportunities for the tribe. And so what we've been trying to do is we've been trying to get a CEO position, job description that everybody agrees on. And we're just kind of sitting on our thumbs right now until we get that. Once we get the job description completed, we can start looking for a CEO. But we've got to have the funding, and hopefully within the next week or so, we can work things out to get that done. But I wanted to tell you, you know, everything that you've heard about all of the enterprises in the past, that's all in the past. We've got a new board together. We're starting to look economically at our future. We want to bring businesses into the tribe. We want to be able to make money for the tribe. And so I just wanted to come up here and let you guys know that we have something going, and we're going to get there. Just a little time and a little cooperation between both groups. Good up.
Thank you. All right, let's continue with the budget. John David.
All right, let us continue. We're going to Comanche Nation Gaming contribution funds. Community education, 25%. Burial assistance, $1 million. Gravel tin horn, $600,000. Caregivers, $520,923. Family enrichment, formerly child care subsidies, $300,000. CHR, EMS, fire is $580,000. Community center Apache, $30,000. Community center at Cash, $30,000. Community center at Walters, $30,000. Education center, $702,219. Elder center, $425,177. Environmental Protection Agency, $500,000. Indian Child Welfare, be $400,344. Grandparents raising grandchildren, $121,020. Higher education, $4,258,188. Home improvement, $2,500,000. FAC Women's Shelter, $84,791. Injury prevention, $222,606. Native American Graves Protection, $175,82. New Pathways, $200,800. Outreach Anadarko, $107,536. Outreach Dallas, $105,804,000. Outreach OKC, $120,000. Reintegration is $200,000. Social services emergency assistance, $1,385,634. Student services K-12, $1,030,000. Tribal historical preservation program, $342,040. Vocational rehabilitation, $112,179. Youth program, $400,000. Prevention and recover, $765,621. This section comes to $17,250,000. Open for discussion, Chairman.
Discussion? No discussion. Let's move on to. There's no discussion on this part?
This is just information that concerns all of us. I was hoping that Carmelita would be here from the funeral home. She was supposed to be getting information on how much more our funerals are going to cost us. I worked for the Eastern District of Comanche County for the past 10 years, and as of early March, they were given a stop and desist immediately on opening and closing graves, which the Comanche County has done for free since they started doing it. And now that cost is now going to be forwarded to us, and which brings up job opportunity for the tribe to open that business and make some money, because Eastern District alone paid $69,000 in man hours and salary to open 80 graves in 1 year's time. So I know for a fact that opening and closing graves can cost anywhere from $250 to $500. I called the funeral home to see how much that was going to increase our funeral costs, and they didn't have an answer when I spoke to them. So I was hoping that they had gotten that answer for us by now.
Okay, we got a employee from the funeral home. It's Summer.
Yes. Currently, hi, my name is Summer. I work for the funeral home. Yes, currently open and closing was going to have to go up And any cemetery that we use that is not KCA, that charge will be forwarded to the families, unfortunately. But right now we have KCA that does the opening and closing on any KCA cemetery, and they don't charge us, so we don't charge the families.
Thank you, Summer. Okay, if there's no further questions, Jennifer?
It will vary by the cemetery.
My name is Jennifer Williams. I don't have any K through 12 students anymore, but I know student services, they only get about $200 for students in school. When my son was in school, at the beginning of the school year, $200 barely bought his school supplies. So I do think that needs to go up to maybe $400, so that way parents do have enough money to buy school supplies and some clothes for their students to wear. And right now they're locked at $200.
Pertaining to the burial issue, the tribe has a backhoe, right? Would they consider opening and closing for our Comanche people in the prospective cemeteries? Would that be something they could do?
And to add to that, the new commissioner said he was willing to train any operator to key their skills if they wanted the training for free.
Okay. Tribal Administrator, do we have the resources to do that?
Yes, I do believe we have the resources to do that, and I do believe that we do have operators that would be willing to learn that, so we can open and close graves for our tribal members, so we're not, charged extra fees.
Okay. All right, we can do that.
And if, until they get staff that could do something like that, I would volunteer to take care of that portion as long as they supply the machinery that, I'm experienced at that, so
Okay,
we
if
can
you
help
can
that.
get with Summer, give her your information.
I think they got my number, yeah.
Okay.
She's got my number.
My name is Janet T. High, and I just want to remind everybody that we still got to pass this to be put on a budget. So even though I'm happy for the school, we need you here because we still got to finish our business as a Comanche Nation.
Okay, we're moving on with the budget. John David?
All right, we'll go to the last section.
Excuse me. We just got through discussing this community and education. I wanted to know something about grandparents raising grandchildren, and the budget is $121,000. And I know a lot of you people help raise your grandchildren. I want to know why the budget is so low, $121,000, when we just got through talking about the kids over there in their school. Why aren't all the kids considered? Because a lot of us grandparents raise our grandchildren and help them. I personally have Comanche grandchildren, but I don't get any assistance from them. We take care of them ourselves. But I know there's a lot of people that don't have that opportunity to take care of their own grandchildren like that, and they need help. So my question, people don't want to hear it, but my question is, why is this budget so low? Just $121,000 with grandparents raising grandchildren compared to all the money that you're giving to all these other different programs? Who is in charge of this grandparents raising grandchildren? I don't know.
I am. My name is Sandra Myflow. It falls under social services. I'm back.
Well, Sandra, you know what? I think that what you do, and when you help other grandparents raise their grandchildren with some money, I think that this budget should be more. That's my personal opinion. But you know what? Our grandchildren are our future. I have grandchildren. I'm very, very proud of them because not one of them drink, not one of them do drugs, not one of them smoke, not one of them run around, because we have paid attention to them when their own parents couldn't. So I'm not asking y'all to give me any money. I'm asking you people to raise his budget for some of the grandparents in here and around here that are not here that need help. I mean, $121,000, that's nothing. Okay, so I make a motion in front of all you people that we raise this grandparents raising grandchildren money more than $121,000 to help out the lady that runs the program.
Well, I wanted a point of discussion.
I'd say 250,000. I think she needs help in giving the grandparents help with their grandchildren. If I could just see the hands of the people that help raise their grandchildren. I mean, you love your grandkids just like your own. And so come on, y'all. Let's give her some more money so she can help more of these people out. I made a motion. $250,000.
Okay.
And somebody can second it, please?
We got a motion on the floor.
I know.
Call for questions.
I
Ms.
want a
Michello.
discussion of it first.
Well, go ahead and discuss it. It's fine. But
Okay,
that's my
one of the
motion.
things that everybody needs to understand, I know that all of us Skalkus that are in here, we'll help raise our grandkids, we'll help take care of them. But to be eligible for this program, you have to be the legal guardian of that grandchild. And listen, if you're going to give money, I would rather you give money to social services, emergency assistance. That helps everybody that's Comanche enrolled. It'll help those grandparents, even if they don't have legal custody.
Well, I'll tell you what. I personally went down to the agency and I became guardian of my grandchildren. Not because I needed money, and I've never asked this program for money because I can do it on my own. But it's very simple to do, and you can tell people that they can do that. And you can help them. Maybe we could have a tribal court right here that could do that and get guardianship of our grandchildren, even if it's just for a little while to help them out. But that's my concern. That's all.
Okay.
I don't want any troubles. I just wanted to mention that.
I appreciate it, but I know that I have money left, and I'm going to have money, and I'm not using all the money. So what I'm saying is, if you want to give any program money, I'd rather you give it to social service emergency assistance, because last year I spent $1,638,000 in that program, and the money you're giving me right there is not going to cover it. So that's all I've got to say.
We got a motion. Stand by. We got a motion on the floor and we got a second. Let's call for the vote. All in favor, raise your hand, please. All in favor, raise your hand.
I want to say something real quick, Mr. Chairman. Actually, it's for Sandra. Do the grandchildren have to be enrolled Comanche?
No, your grandparent has to be enrolled Comanche, not the children. Okay, we got a call for the vote. Counters, did you get the count? Stay out of there. Raise your hand high. The counters are coming around. They're in the blue shirts. Well, she got us. All right, those that oppose? Well, okay, we don't need a call. The motion passes. Okay, we need to get through the budget.
Mr. Chairman, could I make a statement? This is in regard to all you voters out there in regard to the charter school. The Constitution says in Article 2, Section 2, to improve the economic, moral, education, and health status of its members. The charter school is not an all Comanche school, but it's up to the voters. I just wanted to raise your awareness. It's up to you if you want to share our funding with non-Comanches, but the Constitution says the funding is for Comanches. So you might open the floodgate to other entities wanting to infringe on our money. So we have to safeguard and spend the money on Comanche members. That's according to the Constitution.
Thank you. All right. Our secretary treasurer went to the restroom. Let's move on. Proposed budget. Proposed budget, elders payment per capita 40%, $27,600. Tribal government 10%, $6,900. Economic development 25%, $17,250. Community and education 25%, $17,250. Comanche gaming wrap total $69 million. Tax supplements 3.72, $490 million. Total budget $72,720,491. Let's call for the vote. Everyone who approves the wrap, please raise your hand. Okay, that's the majority. Okay, the wrap is approved. I take that back. Can I get a motion to approve the wrap? Can we get a second? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passes. Okay, we're moving to our general council resolution. First up, Janita Hadley, MMIP. Please come up. Okay, Comanche people, our resolutions, we have to use the voting machines over by the west side of the building.
First, I'd like to amend that, the resolution. Just want to change one word from department to organization. If there's any families out there with missing or murdered, can you please come up here? Stand over here. Over here.
Okay, while they're coming up, Ross, stand by.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to amend the amount. We need to increase the budget by $128,980. We don't need to readjust it for the $800,000 because that's coming from new business, and the Little Ponies is also coming from new business. But the increase to the grandparents raising grandchildren, that's the $128,980 that we have to readjust it to for a total budget of $72,849,470.
Okay, we got a second. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it passes. Thank you for that amendment. All right, Ms. Hadley, the floor is yours.
I'd like to have a moment of silence for the families, please.
Moment of silence for the family, please.
Thank you. Well, this resolution, it's kind of hard to talk about it, but I get emotional. But these families, you look at all these families here, each one of them represents a missing or a murdered loved one. And it's time for this tribe to recognize them, to honor them, to seek justice for them, because there's a lot that haven't been justified. They're murders, and they're still searching for answers, and they can't move on until they have answers. So I wanted to present this budget. It's it's not, the resolution's not up there, but we're asking for a $200,000 budget, would include salaries of $116,000 with a director, administrative assistant, and a receptionist. And then we're asking for victim and family services. This is $22,000 to include gas, travel money. Oh, there it is up there. You can go ahead and read that. But anyway, I just want to give you a rundown. I'm not going to mention any names because I don't have permission from some of the families. But I will tell you this, and I've been working with this movement since 2017. And when I started, I only knew of 7 people, 7 women, because it started as missing and murdered indigenous women. But now it's come to missing and murdered indigenous people. And in our tribe, these are enrolled Comanches, or they're of Comanche descent. So we have 1 missing, 2 human trafficking victims, 9 domestic violence victims, and the rest are murdered. We have 16 unsolved cases. 4 cases have been solved or settled in court, and 4 we're just unsure of. So that's a total of 24 missing or murdered women, Comanche women. And the men are 3 missing and 13 murdered. That's a total of 40 Comanches when you include the women. And this number seldom goes down. It might go up. One year we had 3 cases just in our tribe alone. And it was only me and Brenda. We was running a chapter here in Southwest Oklahoma, and it's become too big for us to handle. So I come to you today to see if you will help us put this on the budget, on a proposed budget.
I'd like to say a few things. I'm Cindy Famera. I work at I'm the vice chair of the state chapter of MMIP. And this is something global. This isn't something just for our tribe, but I tell you this much, there are a bunch of organizations that are underfunded or not funded at all, and we do it like one taco cell at a time. Some of these families, they're not asking for us to do anything for them because they're in grief. A lot of them don't realize that we can do flyers, that we can do vigils, that we can step on the doorstep of people that the law enforcement isn't working on. We do that because these are our people. These are our relatives. Law enforcement does not care much about who we are. And for us, we need this money to help all of the families. This is just a few of them. And so we ask for your consideration in this matter.
Okay.
Us
We
alone.
are counting bracelets now because I think we may have lost quorum.
Us alone, I stop every chance I see the cops sitting on our road where my brother was murdered, and they say you have to. They have a investigator on his case. Well, that investigator is in Altus. He's not in Elgin where he got murdered. And when they gave us 2 phone numbers of people that are going to help us do more investigations or try to do anything, I called them and they said, we can't ask for them to help us. We have to have the investigator call them to help, for them to help. No one, and I said, so I hope someday you won't be facing what we're facing because someone's passing the buck because they don't want to do a job. They're getting paid regardless if they're out doing their, looking for somebody who's been. I'm asking you guys to help because no one else does. No one cares that your brother, your sister, your uncle, somebody has been murdered because no one cares. Law enforcement don't care because of who we are. Law enforcement don't care because they're getting paid, rather they're sitting at the donut shop or they're sitting on a corner wanting somebody to go by fast so they can get a ticket so they can make more money for that town. They don't care someone's been murdered. Help. Somebody needs to help.
Yep, the motion is made. We're going to see if we have a quorum. We've got a second. Stand by. These votes, you have to go to the table to vote on the resolutions. Election Board, do we still have a quorum? Okay. We got quorum. Let's vote. Everyone going over to this side of the room and vote, please. If you got a bracelet.
Okay, I just want to say, guys, we really do need help because my brother was murdered over a year ago. The guy that murdered him, he's out walking the streets. He's out just walking. And here we are. We're sitting here waiting on something to be done, and nothing's been done.
All right, let's go to the voting polls. Let's go to the voting polls. MMIW, thank you.
Good, son, good. You bet. Good words, appreciate you. We will.
government stays strong as it has been over the last 3 years, there's a possibility we can assume some of these federal properties under our administration to raise more funds and to create more income to the nation. With a strong management going on, such as we've had the last strong 2 years of budget control, not going into the hole and hiding it like previous administrations prior to our TA, we need to have this in our government. So we're asking you to approve this amendment, which will go before a secretarial election. And this resolution will strengthen over time our administration. Instead of having this yearly election, and the election will be based on experience, knowledge, and skills. And this is what's needed within our tribal government immediately. So presenting this here, Mr. Chairman, we might still have a quorum, so need a motion?
Okay, call for discussion.
That's my motion.
Okay.
Second?
Yes.
I want to remind everybody, if we're going to follow the Constitution, it is addressed in our Constitution. There's only 2 ways to amend our Constitution, and that is to be proposed by a majority vote of the CBC or a petition signed by 200 tribal members. You cannot make a constitutional change right here on our floor, although they have done it before, and they shouldn't have. Last year, we had 3 resolutions that were going to do the same thing, and they denied it because there's only 2 ways to change our Constitution.
She is correct. At the bottom of this resolution, if you were to be on the screen, it reads, "Be it further resolved that the recommended 3-year term for tribal administrator amendment must be approved by a secretarial election of the tribal council and ratified by the regional director of the BIA in accordance with Article 11, Section 1, to establish a 3-year term for the tribal administrator in our Constitution." So we have to approve it now, and then it has to go before secretarial election. So if you want to do the CBC to do the amendment, or if we have another vote here to have the petition done, as it said that we should do, we can still do that by calling for a recess of this tribal council, coming back at a later date, and approving the petition to change this position to a 3-year elected term.
Okay, stand by. Oscar, you were next.
A similar resolution Oscar Codapony. A similar resolution came forward several years ago, and if for continuity of government, it sounds great, but my concern is that if you give a 3-year term with no provision for removal of office for an employee like that, and that person does something that warrants removal, then they've got 3 years of a paycheck because the resolution is vague. Without further clarification, I hope we don't support this.
So I suggest that if this resolution goes forward, I suggest Mr. Burgess get his 200 signatures or ask his council to agree with him and go forward with that constitutional change.
This position has in the past gone to vote by tribal council, meaning you have elected the tribal administrator, even though it wasn't done here, it was done on a ballot. So being an elected official, you are under the same recall petition that these people would be under. So that recall process would have to be followed on this tribal administrator position. Mr. Kiobon?
And listen, I want us to make sure that we understand what we're doing, because this is important in the life of our tribe. And here's why. The tribal administrator, if you were to look at the organizational structure of our tribe, which I have a copy of that, and you can get a copy of that too if you want. Listen to me. The tribal administrator is over 6 departments. One of those departments has 30 subsections inside of it. So you're looking at probably the busiest staff member that you have in the entire tribe. Are you with me so far? And so here's the problem with one-year terms. The problem with one-year terms is that you're asking someone to be highly qualified for an extremely powerful position within the life of our tribe, and you're asking that highly qualified individual to sign up for an annual contract. If that's me, if I'm going to run for that position, or if that's the position that I'm going to apply for, my family will not allow me to do that, because every year my job is on the line. We don't know if I'm going to get to be there for a year or a few months or whatever. And listen to this, and this is probably what I have the greatest concern with. Are you guys with me? Here's my greatest concern in it, is that with one-year terms, and we're fortunate, I believe right now, fortunate to have the TA that we have. But for future, long-going, here we go, listen. That one-year term allows that position to become corrupted, because instead of doing their job, they have to please the powers that be 1 year at a time. A 3-year term allows for somebody to be able to get in the weeds of it all, learn how to run it correctly. Because the potential right now is that we could literally have a new tribal administrator every single year. And that means somebody every single year would have to learn everything about all 6 departments and how all of them run and all the subsets of it. You literally have the potential to have to try to train somebody to do that every year. It helps us to have somebody that's in there for an extended amount of time to be able to learn the system, to work in the system, and be the most effective in that system. That's why this is important. That's why I think a 3-year term is fair. And I think that, just like Mike had said, under our Constitution, they still fall under the same recall rules as everybody else, okay? So don't look at the position and who's in it now or anything like that. You have to look moving forward as an organization, as a structure that's trying to do business. This is the most significant position on the organizational chart. And to have 1-year contracts in that position is a serious mistake, a serious mistake.
Okay, restate your motion, Mike.
This motion is to approve the resolution applying a 3-year position, a 3-year term for the tribal administrator. That motion will include the tribal administrator's position begins with the election on the ballot to coincide with that of the chairman and the vice chair. As I said here, be it further resolved that the recommended 3-year term for tribal administrator amendment be approved by a secretarial election of the tribal council, ratified by the regional director of the BIA in accordance with our Constitution, which is Article 11, Section 1, to establish a 3-year term for the tribal administrator in the Constitution. Those of you who still have your books, if you'll refer to that Constitution, it's there. We need stronger management skills, as Mr. Keelbone is telling us, and an agreement, and that should go well for us in the future. We cannot continue to do this and let someone learn on the job and all of a sudden they're gone if they're doing a good job. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been elected 4 times for our people. So I know something about how poor it is done when someone comes in with not the greatest management skills, does a good job, but all of a sudden the new elected people don't care for them, then they want to roll them out. We need somebody with those skills, that background, understands the employees, and works for us judiciously. And that's what we've had for the last 2 years. And we need to continue that. So that's why we got to have some kind of strength within our management organization and then reorganize to make ourselves even more competent as a tribal government.
Thank you, Mike. John David.
I wanted to come down here, speak as a member of the tribe, not a target. No, having served as Secretary Treasurer for 3 years and tribal administrator before that, I think I know a little bit about our government and our operations. I'm going to express this to you in the best way that I can, and I hope you accept it in a good way. So, Nico, I want it to be in the right way. The past 3 years that I've served as Secretary Treasurer, we have had no audit findings. None. That means that every dollar, whether it came from the state, feds, tribe, whatever, is fully accounted for. 3 years. I couldn't have done that without a dedicated TA assisting. Now, if they can do that good with just 1 year, just think if you give them 3 years and they're good, it's going to strengthen our nation. It's not going to hurt our nation, it's going to strengthen our nation. And I'm not saying who to vote for, I'm just saying it's the good thing to do for our nation. So I want y'all to really think about it seriously. I fully support it, and I think it's time, because we're getting bigger, investments are getting larger, and now that we've moved from do you all know we moved from high risk to low risk now because of the clean audits? That means now that opens the door for financial opportunities for the nation. It's very important that you hear these things that are critical, because we've worked hard to get us there. So I'm saying this, I really believe that we need a TA position 3 years. Thank you.
Okay, before we lose quorum, let's call for the vote. Please go over to the table. This is also the last vote for MMIW. All right, we called for the vote. Please go to the tables. After this vote, we're going to take a quorum count. Last call for votes. Last call for votes, please. Okay, election board, can you please get a count? Final call, we're closing the second machine. Final call on the vote. Final call on the vote. Okay. He's still adding it up. Let him add it up. I don't think it failed.
Get out of there. Morning snacks.
Take your time. Forward against 33.
Dang, you still got corn? I don't believe it.
Okay, we're taking a quorum count. Quorum count, please raise your hand. Quorum count. Okay, I've got the numbers. Please keep your hand raised for the quorum count. On Resolution 1, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Program, it passed 135 to 36. Resolution number 2, 3-year term for tribal administrator, it passed 133 to 40. Quorum count.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
If they receive tribal funds, they are a tribal program, and they will be under the TA.
I know.
They receive tribal funding. They have to go through the TA. Yes, they do.
What do you got?
We don't know. Y'all okay down there? Let's go look there.
Do we still have quorum?
Boy, you guys are way down there, isn't it?
That's okay.
Turn it up.
We're okay. Just relax.
Cornell said enough is enough.
Hey, I'll turn it up.
Burned out, man, Cornell.
I just wanted to invite everybody out to the Comanche Academy Charter School Powwow next Saturday. They're here, outside at the powwow ground. And so that's next Saturday. We hope you guys can join us. And then also for all the candidates too, we are having a meet and greet at the Comanche Academy on May the 11th at 6 p.m. We just want to invite all the candidates out and be able to meet the community. And we just thank you guys for this time. Thank you. And also with the people saying, you know, yeah, we're not 100% Comanche enrolled, but we can't get federal dollars if you discriminate. So there's a lot of other programs that service non-Comanches as well. So you don't refuse out on the ballot. So just hope you guys really think about considering voting for the Academy.
Okay, Comanche people, at this time, the Comanche Nation General Council meeting is adjourned. We lost quorum. I want to thank everyone. This was one of the most positive meetings we had. Again, we lost quorum. The General Council is now adjourned. Thank you.
One more thing. So Indigenous Peoples Day is also holding a meet, greet, and eat at the Elmer Thomas Park on next Saturday, the 22nd, from 4 to 6. So we just ask all the candidates that want to come out. We're going to feed you, give you the microphone, and it's really not, there's no pressure. We're not going to ask questions. We're just a bunch of people that want to get to know you.